Nice to see your smiling face.
It's beautiful outside today.
I know, try not to think about it, I guess. Right? What else can we say?
And you're not doing any business, right, prior to the hearing?
No, it's just, Rebecca, just the hearing today.
Okay, so parties can turn on your video as well.
Rebecca, I need a little help on the attendee list, knowing who should be promoted. I tried to promote Gene Libby, but he declined.
Okay, so maybe just try again.
So Rebecca, I don't have any transcript to read or anything for this. It seems to me you're just going to do the hearing, okay?
Correct. Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for checking.
Rebecca, there is a brief introduction that we need to do before we start.
Okay. Okay, no worries. And I'll let you sort that out with Dr. Gleaton, or unless you're doing it yourself.
Tim, is it the typical introduction?
Yes, it is.
Introducing you? Okay.
Yep.
All right, then I can start off, just basically saying who I am and introducing you to go through the transcript, okay?
Okay.
But just let me know when you want to start.
Okay. So let's just wait for Attorney Libby to take his video.
Okay.
Is Dr. Nass in here today?
No, he's not. And Attorney Libby, your audio is on, so we can hear you. I can turn it off manually, but then you're going to have to ask for permission to turn it back on. Attorney Smith, I don't know if you're able to tell Attorney Libby we're ready to begin. Did Attorney Smith join? Tim, I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Yeah, I see him at the bottom. Attorney Smith, are you able to turn on your audio and video so that I could get clarification of what's happening with Attorney Libby? There we go.
Thanks, Tom. Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, good morning, Attorney Libby and Dr. Nass.
Morning.
And so you're in twice. I'm assuming the other is an observer. You're in by name twice, Attorney Libby, but I'm just going to let it be.
Yeah, apparently I logged in through my computer as opposed to this way.
Okay, so we're going to actually turn off the video of that room and mute it so that there's no issue if someone goes in your office. Okay.
Do you want to make the board aware of an additional person in the room today with us this morning?
Sure. So we'll do that once we go on the record, but I appreciate you reminding me of that. So I'm going to let Dr. Gleaton and Mr. Terranova do the opening prior to hearing.
Okay, ready to go then? Good morning. My name is Marula Gleaton. I'm the current chair of the Maine Board of Licensure in Medicine.
Recording in progress.
It is 9:03 a.m. and we're going to be starting our day today with an adjudicatory hearing. I'm going to ask Mr. Tim Terranova, our Assistant Executive Director for the Maine Board of Licensure in Medicine, to go over some important points. Mr. Terranova, please.
Thanks. Good morning. In accordance with the board member remote participation policy adopted by the board on January 10th, 2023, the board chair directed that the May 30th, 2023 meeting of the board be conducted through remote participation of all board members pursuant to Section 2A of that policy. The board posted notices of this virtual meeting on its website and on the legislative calendar. In addition, the board posted a copy of the agenda for today's meeting on its website. It is the board's sincere hope that all those interested in the subject matter of today's meeting have received notice of the meeting and how to observe electronically. There is no physical location where this meeting is taking place. It is taking place only virtually. I am the electronic operator and host clerk of this virtual meeting and will perform the duties of the meeting organizer, such as muting and unmuting speakers and controlling who will be displayed visually as directed by the board chair or hearing officer. Before turning the meeting over to the chair, I would like to go over some ground rules for this meeting. Board staff have established the Zoom meeting by allowing participation by board members and board staff only. The Zoom meeting is available for public observation only. The board meeting will be conducted with board members displayed visually and unmuted. The use of the chat function will not be used. To the extent possible, that function has been disabled for the meeting. For board members and board staff who are participating, here are some helpful hints. All cell phones should be on mute at this time. Thank you. If the board votes on any matter, Ms. Lathrop will conduct a roll call vote as required by law. If anyone requires a bathroom break, please speak up and request a break in the meeting. We will be conducting a half-hour lunch break during the meeting, commencing at 12 p.m. The meeting will remain live during that time. However, all lines will be muted and board members should turn off their cameras. The meeting today will follow, as best as possible, the agenda, which will consist of adjudicatory hearing and adjournment. I will now take a roll call of board members and then identify staff present. We need to assure that we have a quorum, so I will be conducting a roll call of the board members who are participating in this virtual meeting. When I call your name, please indicate if you are present. Marula Gleaton, MD, Chair.
Present.
Holly Fanjoy, MD.
Present.
Renee Fay LeBlanc, MD.
Present.
Gregory Jameson, RPH, Public Member.
Present.
Brad Waddell, MD.
Present.
Lynn Weinstein, Public Member.
Present.
Staff members present are Executive Director Dennis Smith, Assistant Executive Director Tim Terranova, Complaint Coordinator Kelly McLaughlin, Consumer Assistant Specialist Savannah Okoronkwo, Investigative Secretary Faith McLaughlin, Administrative Assistant Maureen Lathrop, Secretary Nathan Fitz. Also present are Assistant Attorney General Timothy Steigelman, Assistant Attorney General Jennifer Willis, and Assistant Attorney General Lisa Wilson. I count 6 members virtually present, which constitutes a quorum of the board. The quorum is 6. Board members, please advise if you need to leave the meeting at any time. I will now turn the meeting over to Dr. Gleaton.
Thank you. I'm going to actually turn the meeting over to our hearing officer, Ms. Smith.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and we can begin the hearing. Are you ready, Deb? It looks like you are. Okay, great. I'm going to call the hearing to order. Today is May 30, 2023. The time is 9:08 a.m. The Maine Board of Licensure in Medicine is assembled for the 5th day of an adjudicatory hearing in the matter of Dr. Merrill Nass, complaint numbers CR 21191 CR 21-210, and CR 22-4. I note for the record that the following members are present and presiding over this matter: Dr. Marula Gleaton, Chair, Dr. Holly Fanjoy, Dr. Renee Fay LeBlanc, Mr. Gregory Jameson, Dr. Brad Waddell, and Ms. Lynn Weinstein. Prior to the hearing date, Dr. Gleaton was presented with a motion to recuse from the licensee. She reviewed the licensee's motion to disqualify her and its exhibits, the board staff's response to the motion to disqualify and the attached exhibits, and the licensee's reply memo. Dr. Gleaton determined that she did not need to recuse herself under the standards set forth in 5 MRS section 9063. Let the record reflect that the licensee is present and is represented by attorneys Jean Libby and Tyler Smith. Representing board staff are Assistant Attorneys General Timothy Steigelman, Lisa Wilson, and Jennifer Willis. I went over the initial hearing instructions on the first day of hearing, so there are just a few I'm going to repeat this morning. We are conducting the hearing remotely via Zoom webinar. Only hearing participants are included among those who can turn their audio and video off and on during the hearing. If any of our hearing participants are removed from the hearing by internet or device issues, we will stop the hearing. Please sign in again using the same access information. We will readmit you from the waiting room. Board members, as always, please do not utilize your device to access anything other than the Zoom hearing or the hearing exhibits. Please do not use your device or any other devices to communicate with anyone during the hearing. For the first 4 days of hearing, you were distributed board staff exhibits 1 to 128, licensee exhibits 1 to 157, and board staff rebuttal exhibits 129 to 170. In addition, you should have received licensee rebuttal exhibits 158A, 175, 183, 188B, and 190 to 205, as well as the transcripts from the first 4 days of hearing. I'm going to confirm by roll call vote that board members have access to those materials. Dr. Gleaton, do you have access to the materials I just identified?
I do.
Dr. Fanjoy, do you have access to those materials?
I do.
Dr. Fay LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mr. Jameson?
Yes, I do.
Dr. Waddell?
Yes.
And Ms. Weinstein?
I do.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to return to witness testimony. Just to refresh everyone's recollection, on the first day of hearing, which was October 11, 2022, the licensee testified after being called by board staff counsel. On the second day of hearing, which was October 25th, 2022, the licensee's testimony was completed and board staff began its examination of expert witness Dr. Thomas Courtney. On the third day of hearing, which was January 31st, 2023, the examination of Dr. Courtney was completed and board staff began its examination of expert witness Dr. Jeremy Faust. On the fourth day of hearing, which was March 2nd, 2023, board staff completed its examination of Dr. Faust and the licensee began her cross-examination of Dr. Faust, which is where we will resume the testimony today. Dr. Faust, you can return to us with your video.
Madam Hearing Officer, just a pre-hearing issue.
Yes.
We discussed this morning in the pre-hearing conference. The statute requires the challenged member of the board to make a determination on the record. We have filed, and I assume Dr. Gleaton has reviewed the grounds set forth in the licensee's second motion to recuse. In order for an appellate court to make an informed ruling on whether Dr. Gleaton's continued participation is appropriate under the statute, a court needs to know what Dr. Gleaton determines. So I would ask that she state on the record the reasons that she has decided she can remain as a fair and impartial board member.
Okay, Assistant Attorney General Willis, do you want to respond?
Yes, again, as we argued in the pre-hearing conference, we agree to the extent that Dr. Gleaton should be asked on the record and to make that determination clear on the record. She does not, however, need to make a detailed explanation of the reasons.
Okay. Dr. Gleaton, I'm going to ask you to turn on your audio. And I'm just going to ask you to confirm for the record that you reviewed the materials I indicated that you reviewed, and you reviewed the statute that applies, and you determined that you do not need to recuse yourself under the statutory standards. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So you have it now on the record. I understand your objection to the format, Attorney Libby. That's now also on the record, and we're going to resume the testimony of Dr. Faust. I did also remember while you were speaking, Attorney Libby, that you wish to make clear that you have another participant in the room with you, if you would like to do that on the record.
Certainly. There is a third individual in the room. He has no active involvement in the proceeding. His name, his name is Jack Andrews. He's a sophomore at Bowdoin College. He's doing an internship in our office for the summer. Jack is also my grandson, so he will be sitting in, and as I indicated, he is not participating. He's only observing because he wants to see what it's like being a lawyer so he can make his own career decision.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Libby. Welcome, Jack. And I established during the pre-hearing conference that there was no objection to that from the Assistant Attorneys General. Okay, Dr. Faust, we're going to have you turn on your audio.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you turn up your volume a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually, if you lean in a little bit like that, that's actually helpful.
Is this okay?
That's great.
Okay.
And the court reporter will let us know if she's having any difficulty hearing you. You remain under oath from the prior days of hearing. Do you have any questions about testifying today?
I have no questions.
Okay, and you are being questioned as part of cross-examination. I'm going to instruct you to try to answer the questions as succinctly as possible. I'm not going to prevent you from giving explanatory information, but a reminder that the Assistant Attorneys General will have a chance to ask you redirect, and they can follow up on any questions that they feel require additional explanation. So just to kind of get through this a little more expeditiously this morning, I'm going to ask you to answer yes or no if you can, and only give explanation if you feel you must, with the understanding again that you will have the opportunity to give further explanation if the Assistant Attorneys General feel it's needed.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to have you, I think we're ready to begin. We've already done the preliminary information under your prior days of testimony. So Attorney Libby, you can resume your questions.
Thank you. Let me apologize in advance. Usually Monday, but today Tuesday, because Monday was a holiday, they do the grounds around my office. So there is a lawnmower outside. If that interferes with anybody's ability to hear questions or the answer, please let us know so we can make sure everyone can hear. Good morning, Dr. Faust.
Hello, good morning.
Now, we talked at length March 2nd of this year when I began my cross-examination. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I just want to confirm, we talked about MedPage Today. You are the editor-in-chief of MedPage Today?
Yes, that's my title.
And there's another publication called Inside Medicine. And where is that published, Dr. Faust?
Substack.com.
Okay. And Inside Medicine is a separate entity and not connected to MedPage Today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that's simply an additional method for you to get out information to the public.
That's right.
Now, in the last hearing, I asked you what portion of your income originated from MedPage, and if you recall, you said you don't know. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I asked you what portion of your income, and you also responded you don't know.
What portion of my income? I'm sorry, that seems like the
What,
same.
imprecise question, what portion of your income was realized from MedPage today?
I don't know. I haven't done my taxes for last year yet. I tend to do it on a later schedule.
So since March 3rd, and having been asked those questions, have you looked at any of your financial records to be able to refresh yourself on what the answers are?
No,
You didn't think it was important?
I did not.
Have you billed additional time since October 2022, which was the last invoice for $9,500?
I have not sent an invoice, but I will at the conclusion of these proceedings. Yes.
Okay. And how much additional time have you spent since October 2022?
I would have to look at my ledgers. I don't have that at my disposal. I mean, I'll have that right here.
So again, you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, I also asked you some questions about the board's engagement of you as an expert. Do you remember those?
I remember that came up in our discussion.
And I asked you if there was any correspondence that was memorializing the terms of your engagement. And you said, quote, obviously it's written somewhere, or we had a phone call or something, but at some point I told them my rate and how long it would take. Do you recall that?
That sounds right.
Okay. Now, I've circulated a new exhibit. It's exhibit 237F. Do you have that, Dr. Faust?
I got some new exhibits, and I think I have that one. Let me just look. (237F). I can open that. Yes. Okay, I have it.
And am I correct on page 2 of the engagement letter that the board agreed to compensate you at a rate of $500 an hour?
That's correct.
And the board also provided you its reviewer guide, correct?
Correct.
If you look at exhibit 237E, which is an email from Julie Best to you on January 12th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it specifically references that the reviewer guide is enclosed. Correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to draw your attention to page 9 of the reviewer guide, exhibit 237E, which says you'll be paid $125 an hour for review of case materials and $175 an hour at the hearing.
I see that.
So the board agreed to compensate you at nearly 3 times or 4 times the rate that is set forth in the expert guidelines.
That's apparently correct.
Now, is $500 an hour your standard rate?
For legal hearing, kind of expert witness kind of thing?
Yes.
No, it is not.
In fact, your hourly rate that you quote is $650 an hour. And after 3 hours of deposition, it's $850 an hour.
That's right.
Okay. Now, when I asked you about your hourly rate, you didn't tell me that you had discounted your rate by 23%, correct?
I believe I'd already been asked about that previously.
Listen to the question. Did you testify that you discounted your rate from 650 to 500 specifically for expert services in this case?
I don't think that came up in our conversation, but I do believe it came up when I was being questioned by the Maine office attorneys.
It did not, and I've reviewed the transcript, and you're certainly, you and the board can review the transcript, but there's no mention that you agreed to a discounted rate.
Well, I must not recall, but the fact is simple. My usual rate is $650 per hour, whether it's document review or on the stand, and then for depositions it goes up to $850 after 3 hours. And in this case, I agreed to do it for less.
Okay. So let me direct your attention, and just for purposes of the record, Madam Hearing Officer, I'm going to offer 237A through F.
Okay, you're offering all of them? I've only heard, I think, E and F.
I'm going to go through the rest of them now.
Okay, so why don't you offer them as you use them? So have you offered E, are you offering E and F right now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Objection, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
No objection.
Okay, so those are admitted. Thank you.
So go to Exhibit 237B, please.
Sure. Stand by.
And this is a January 11th, 2022 email from Dennis Smith to Michael Miller, Ken J. Sato, Julie Best, and Tim Terranova are all staff for the Board of Licensure in Medicine. I want you to go to page 3 because the emails are in reverse order.
Okay.
And the first question is, why did you lower your rate, Dr. Faust?
I don't exactly remember why, but basically, my recollection is that I understood what you had read before, which was in the documents that the state provided me, there is a framework for what they usually pay experts, which is substantially lower than my customary rate. And I decided in this case that I would lower it because I thought the case was worth participating in, even at a lower rate.
The case was worth participating in. On page 3, an email dated January 10th, 2022 from Ken J. Sato, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, S-A-I-T-O. And it's copied to you and also a Michael Lawrence Barnett. It says, hi, Dr. Faust. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And it goes on to describe, and I'm quoting the third line, we have a complaint about a physician licensee stating several facts or factual errors about COVID-19 that needs a transcript and podcast review for questions involving misinformation or disinformation. Would you be able and willing to review this case for us? Correct?
Correct.
Now, in this January 10th email, there's no reference to reviewing patient care. It's simply referenced misinformation and disinformation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's go to page 2. At the bottom of the page, the same date, January 10th, you reply to Ms. Sato. Thanks for reaching out and for the work you do. And in the second sentence, you say, given your situation, if you need me to lower the rate, I can do so somewhat. It will actually depend on a combination of what you're able to offer and how many hours of work you anticipate it will be. I'd very much like to help, but I want to make sure if I accept the offer, I give you only the very best result. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So going up on the same date, approximately 16 minutes later, Ms. Sato sends to Executive Director Dennis Smith this email and states that your rate is between $650 and $850. That seems a bit high, correct?
That's what it says.
And it is a bit high if you consider the board only pays its experts $125 an hour, right?
Correct.
So if we turn to the next page, again, the same day, this all occurred on January 10th. This is at 6:16 p.m. Ms. Sato writes to Dennis Smith and other board staff, quote, just spoke to Dr. Faust. He firmly believes in our cause now and is willing to lower his rates just for this case to $500 an hour. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And I will offer 237B, please.
Okay, any objection, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
No objection.
Okay, that's admitted without objection.
And looking at 237C,
Okay, I have that open now.
that is dated the next day, January 11th, 2022, 8:06 a.m. from Ms. Sato. Hi, Dr. Faust. Thank you for taking my call last night. And we got approval for an hourly rate of $500 per hour for your expert help. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
I move to admit 237C.
Objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted without objection.
So I'm interested, Dr. Faust, on what beliefs you had in the board's cause, because Ms. Sato wrote that you firmly believe in our cause. What is our cause?
Objection calls for speculation.
So this,
The author was not Dr. Faust.
and that is what I was going to look at. So I think given that, it is calling for him to speculate as to her intent. He was not the recipient of the email. Do you want to frame that in a different way, Attorney?
Sure. Dr. Faust, what did you say to Ms. Sato for her to believe that you were a firm believer in our cause?
Just so I understand, you're asking me what I said to Kenji Sato on a phone call on January 10th of 2022.
That would lead her to conclude that you were a believer in our cause.
I don't remember that phone call.
The only cause that I'm aware of is the one that was described to you in the email from Ms. Sato, describing they had a case of misinformation and disinformation they wanted your expert assistance on. Right?
That's the only information that I had, are you suggesting?
Yes, that's what it says in the email. Did you have other information, Dr. Faust?
Well, as you just mentioned, there was a phone call. I don't remember what was said during that call, but from the context from the documents that you have entered, it would follow that the case was discussed. And from that conversation, that was their interpretation of my viewpoint at that time. So a phone call occurred, information was conveyed during that phone call. Those emails reflect those individuals' interpretation of my opinion at that time. And that is what you are currently asking me about.
Yes. So what was described in the email 237B was the need for an expert to review misinformation and disinformation. And then you're right, Ms. Sato concluded that you firmly believed in our cause. My question on January 10th, 2022, did you believe that fit physicians should be disciplined for communicating what is called misinformation or disinformation?
Objection, relevance.
Goes to credibility and bias, which is always relevant.
I'm going to allow the question. You can go ahead and answer, Dr. Faust.
Sorry, so the question is whether I believed, can you restate it, sir? Or just repeat it, excuse me?
Sure. On January 10th, 2022, did you believe that physicians should be disciplined for communicating misinformation or disinformation about COVID-19?
I'm not sure what I believed specifically at that time. But again, I think that these emails reflect other people's opinions of a phone call that I don't remember. So it's hard for me to pinpoint that.
Well, I recognize it's hard for you to pinpoint, but the question is a simple one. In January of 2022, did you support the Federation of State Medical Board policy to discipline physicians that communicated misinformation and disinformation?
I think at that point I was waiting to get more information, but it was certainly an interesting question that I wanted to look at.
Okay. That wasn't the question I asked. The question I asked is, did you support on January 10th, 2022, the Federation of State Medical Boards policy issued July 29th, 2021, encouraging medical boards to discipline doctors who communicated misinformation and disinformation?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Well, I'm going to also indicate it was asked and answered. Like he did give you an answer, which was he was waiting for more information to the best of his recollection. So let's move on.
What information were you waiting for, Dr. Faust?
Well, this is it wasn't just a hypothetical, it's a specific situation. And if it related to patient care versus if it was in a public forum, there's just different situations that could be implied by that. So I think that it was prudent to want more information.
Okay. Were you aware of the Federation of State Medical Board policy on misinformation and disinformation on January 10th, 2022?
I don't remember.
Were you aware that the board in Maine published that policy in Licensee Exhibit 24 in November of 2021?
I don't remember what I knew then.
Prior to January 10th, 2022, had you had any discussions with any member or staff of the Federation of State Medical Boards about their misinformation and disinformation policy?
I don't remember.
Okay, I don't remember isn't no, and it isn't yes. So I'm going to ask you again.
So
Had you had any?
Attorney Libby, I've certainly instructed all the witnesses that if they don't know an answer, they should not speculate. And I don't know is an acceptable answer. So let's move on.
So you don't recall, is that your answer, Dr. Faust?
I've already stated this.
Were you in fact referred to the Board of Licensure in Medicine by the Federation of State Medical Board?
I don't know anything about their internal workings. I'm an independent person who was brought in for this case. I don't know what their process is, other than these emails that you've shared.
Okay. Are you aware that you were on a list of go-to experts for misinformation and disinformation?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Just asking him if he was aware.
So are you representing that there was such a list, Attorney Libby, so that you can credibly answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can go ahead and answer Dr. Proust if you were aware.
I don't know. I'm not aware of that list.
Okay. On January 10th, 2022, did you hold the belief that hydroxychloroquine was an ineffective outpatient treatment for high-risk COVID-19 patients?
I would say at that time, I held a belief that there was insufficient evidence to support its use.
And the same question with respect to ivermectin. On January 10th, 2022, was it your belief that ivermectin was ineffective for use as a prophylactic in the outpatient treatment of early outpatient treatment of people with COVID-19?
Again, I think there was insufficient evidence to say that it was an effective treatment. I just don't think that we had compelling data on that question.
Okay. So at the time you were retained, you had already concluded that you felt the evidence was insufficient to recommend either for or against the use of hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin.
I would say that all of the data that was high quality that we'd seen did not support use. And so again, in any situation that a physician is in, they always have to balance the risks and the benefits of any intervention. And because the benefits had not been established, that was problematic in terms of advising the use of it. It's if all you've got is if you don't have a proof of benefit, that really tips the scales. So that was my belief. I can tell you at that time that was my belief. But I will also say that these things they change in time. We get new information all the time, and as much as you might want to say, oh, you had a certain belief. As a practicing clinician, it's also my duty to keep an open mind and to incorporate new information as it becomes available.
And when I questioned you on March 3rd, I asked you if, as an expert in the role you're in with the board, that you had an obligation to be fair and open-minded, and you agreed with me, correct?
Sure.
And I asked you if you had to be fair and open-minded in reviewing all of the evidence with respect to the use of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. And you agreed with me, right?
To the extent that that's possible. There are thousands and thousands of documents and papers, and you have to, as a clinician and expert, you have to do your best to sift through that. Yeah. But no one person can read every preprint or peer-reviewed paper.
Understood. And I asked you that you had to be free from bias, and you agreed with me, correct?
To the extent that that's possible, right? Everyone has pre-existing biases to some extent, but you try not to let that guide your judgment.
And you testified that you should be free. You should be able to look at the question fairly without pre-existing notions that would guide your interpretation. That was
Objection.
right?
Objection.
And what's the objection?
Unduly repetitious. The evidentiary standard under 9057-2 allows for evidence to be excluded if it's irrelevant or unduly repetitious. Attorney Libby is asking Dr. Faust to repeat his testimony from March 2nd.
Okay.
No, I'm impeaching him, and impeachment is never duly repetitious.
Okay, well, I'd like to move forward a little more quickly than we're moving. I'm going to allow this question, but ask you to keep moving a little more expeditiously if you can, Attorney Libby. So Dr. Faust, you can answer. Do you need the question repeated?
Yes, please.
Attorney Libby, or are you asking the court reporter to do that?
That would be the easiest way. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Question, you testified that you should be able to look at the question fairly without pre-existing notions that would guide your interpretation. That was your testimony, right?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And you've already told us this morning that you had a pre-existing belief that the evidence was insufficient for or against the use of either medication, ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, correct?
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, there's some semantics here. What I meant by that was that it was reasonable to have other research to look into this question. I wouldn't have, felt so strongly on that I would say, oh, you have to cancel all the trials or other studies that are happening. There's still open question there. But I think at that time, the evidence-based standard did not support giving either of those particular medications. But again, there's a difference between that and a level of certainty that says, boy, we can't even do any more research on this because that would be not ethical. I think there was still open questions at that time, and so I had an existing belief that did not support those medications, but I also wanted, to your point, to maintain an open mind should any other further evidence come forward.
Good. Well, that's reassuring to hear. You wrote in April of 2022, which has been introduced as Licensee Exhibit 142, about ivermectin worshipers. Recall that?
Can you give me the exhibit?
Licensee Exhibit 142, this week's COVID research, April 2022.
Hold on, I gotta get it.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. I'm going to repeat the same objection under 9057-2. This is unduly repetitious. Attorney Libby asked Dr. Faust at the last day of hearing about this specific writing that he had made.
Okay, do you have new questions about this, Attorney Libby?
I'm just, we've had 5 hearings over 8 months. It's hard for me, who lives with the case, to remember what happens. Given these circumstances, I think it's entirely appropriate to reference prior testimony that showed somewhat of a pejorative, biased assessment of ivermectin worshipers.
So do you have new questions about this exhibit? I didn't hear an answer to that.
I'm just asking him to acknowledge that he used that language.
Okay, but if you've already examined him on this exhibit, we're going to move on to something else. There's no need to repeat.
Did you use that language?
No, I'm going to ask you to move on to another question. It sounds like you've already asked that question. And
did you call in the same article people who support ivermectin grifters and zealots?
Same objection.
So if these questions have been asked, I'm going to ask you to move on, Attorney Libby. I understand it's impeachment, but it is repetitive if you're asking the same questions that you asked in the last day of hearing.
So let's look at Licensee Exhibit 237E, Dr. Nass. Dr. Faust, excuse me. And I want to go to page 3, minimum qualifications.
Madam Hearing Officer, we have asked Dr. Faust about his qualifications with respect to this document already.
Doesn't mean I can't cover it in cross-examination.
My apologies. That was not a clear objection. Attorney Libby has already asked questions about this on his prior cross-examination.
So I'm assuming he has new questions. Is that correct, Attorney Libby?
It is.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you see the minimum qualifications for expert reviewers on page 3?
I see that.
And the prefatory paragraph says that for purposes of this guide, an expert reviewer is a physician who, based on their education, training, skill, and experience, has sufficient knowledge such that board members can rely upon the witness's opinion about the patient care under review. Physician reviewers for the board should usually, 1, hold a full and unrestricted Maine license. Do you hold a full and unrestricted Maine license?
I do not.
2, hold current ABMS or AOA board certification.
I'm not sure what ABMS is.
Are you certified in internal medicine?
No, I'm certified in emergency medicine.
Okay. Have no recent board actions or investigations. Are there any recent board actions or investigations in Massachusetts?
No.
4, have engaged in clinical practice in the same area of practice as the physician being investigated for 2 years prior to reviewing the case. Prior to January 10th, 2022, did you have 2 years of clinical experience in internal medicine?
Well, this case is about COVID-19, and I had 2 years of experience. I had as much experience as
No, listen to the question, Dr. Faust. Did you have clinical experience in practicing without patients in medicine, internal medicine?
That depends upon whether you consider the emergency department outpatient or inpatient.
I consider it inpatient because it's the first step for a patient to be admitted to the hospital. I'm talking about doctors like Dr. Nass, who are on the front line in Ellsworth, Maine, treating people. Now, you don't have any clinical experience in outpatient treatment, correct?
Again, I disagree with that because in emergency medicine, there are not only different ways to define whether it's inpatient or outpatient, there are different types of emergency medicine. So, for example, I might be working one shift where I work with the critically ill, and those patients, if they're not admitted or hospitalized, they will be, and you would consider that inpatient care, certainly. There are other kinds of shifts where
you were talking about semantics with respect to my question.
So Attorney Libby, let him, he did not complete his answer, so I'd like a full answer on the record. Could you please finish, Dr. Faust?
I thought he had finished.
No.
When I'm finished, there will not be any speaking at that point, Mr. Libby. So the second part, another part of emergency medicine practice could be in an area of the emergency department where we specifically are diagnosing, evaluating, and treating patients who are outpatient and who have a very, very low probability of being hospitalized. And so that could be sort of an urgent care type of a situation, or we call it fast track. So we do indeed practice both kinds of medicine with respect to the qualitative distinction, which I believe you're attempting to make.
So I just want to make sure I understand this. You're telling me under oath that you, as an emergency room physician, qualify under paragraph 4 to have engaged in clinical practice for 2 years in the same area that the physician being investigated. Is that your testimony?
Objection to the form of the question. And I also believe that's mischaracterizing the testimony that was given.
Attorney Libby? You want to respond?
I think I'm just asking him to clarify if that's his testimony.
Okay, so I'm going to allow the answer. Do you need the question repeated, Dr. Faust?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Is it your testimony that your experience as an emergency room physician qualifies you under paragraph 4 that you have been engaged in clinical practice in the same area of practice as Dr. Nass, the physician being investigated, for 2 years prior to reviewing case? It's a yes or no answer.
Well, it's not a yes or no answer. I would say I took this I took on this work believing that I could fulfill it, and I believe that I can. And if you want to ask someone else who hired me this question, like on the main board, that's perfectly within your purview. I don't sense a contradiction here with my expertise and the requirements.
Madam Hearing Officer, can I have the witness answer my question?
We gave you an answer. Let's move on to the next question. We're proceeding very slowly here. Do you have other questions?
It is because I'm not, the answer is either yes or no.
No,
And he's not going to answer yes or no.
He gave you an answer with an explanation. Please move on to the next question.
So number 5, be familiar with the standards of care applicable for the date of treatment they are reviewing. Now, when did Dr. Nass prescribe ivermectin to either patients 1 or 2?
Well, we can look through the timeline of the patient care. So
you don't recall?
I wouldn't want to get it wrong, but we could look through the timeline if you'd like.
Okay. And the same question with respect to hydroxychloroquine. When did Dr. Nass prescribe hydroxychloroquine?
Again, if you'd like to go through the timeline, I'm happy to confirm what's in evidence.
Okay. So it was September of 2021. Now, you need to be familiar with the standards of care. We're talking about the standard of care in Maine, correct?
Objection. That's an argument by Attorney Libby.
Okay.
Not an argument, it's a question of fact. The standard of care the board describes is that applicable in the state of Maine.
So Dr. Faust can answer the question, his understanding of what the relevant standard of care is.
And I will just say Attorney Libby is reading into the board policy a word that does not appear there.
Yeah, that's fine. And Dr. Faust, you can answer the question.
I was familiar enough to make this, to serve in this case. I'll just leave it there.
So I need to ask you how you, let me give a better foundation. Dr. Nass practiced internal medicine in Ellsworth, Maine, which is outside of Bangor. Correct?
The geography of Maine is not, knowledge I intimately have. I'll believe you. Sure.
You've never practiced in Maine, correct?
That's right.
So can you explain to me, and perhaps the board, how you can testify about the standard of care for the prescription of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine on an outpatient basis in Ellsworth, Maine? What is your information base, Dr. Faust?
Well, I could give one piece of information, for example. One piece of information that would reflect the standard of care for hydroxychloroquine in Maine at the time that Dr. Nass prescribed it is that Dr. Nass said that she had to lie to the pharmacy about why she prescribed it because she felt that the standard of care in Maine obviously was to say that hydroxychloroquine was not allowed for COVID, and therefore she felt compelled to lie about that. Now, leaving aside whether that was wise or not, I would say Dr. Nass gave us a pretty good impression of the standard of care of hydroxychloroquine in the state of Maine at that time.
Okay, so I want to know what doctors in the state of Maine you have spoken to be able to form an opinion about the standard of care in Maine. Are there any?
I know doctors in many, many states, we convert.
That wasn't the question, Dr. Faust. Please answer the question.
Attorney Libby, please let him answer. You can't keep interrupting his answers.
Well, I don't want to know how many doctors he knows in the other 49 states. I asked him the ones in Maine.
So Attorney Libby, I understand you're frustrated, but we need to keep an appropriate tone for the hearing. Second of all, he's giving you an answer. I understand you don't like the answer, but I don't even know what his answer was because it got interrupted. So please, Dr. Faust, complete your answer.
The physician in Maine whose thoughts I know the most on this topic is Dr. Nass. And she said that she had to lie to the pharmacy in order to prescribe hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19 because she felt that the standard of care in that state was such that she had to do so.
So the answer to my question, which I asked, is you have spoken to no Maine physicians about the standard of care involved in this case.
That's not
Right?
That's not my testimony.
Well, tell me who you spoke to allow you to formulate an opinion about the standard of care in Maine.
Look, I don't remember a particular conversation, but I talked to a lot of physicians, and there's no state in this country where hydroxychloroquine was considered the evidence-based standard of care, and Maine is a state in this country.
Well, good question. Evidence-based standard of care. You're aware that the Board of Registration in Medicine has no rule, and there is no statute setting forth the standard of care as evidence-based medicine, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
If you are, tell me.
So Dr. Faust, you can answer whether you're aware or not.
I'm not aware of the particulars, but
Thank you. Thank you. Now, turn to page let's see. Page 5 of exhibit 237E, Dr. Faust.
okay.
Responsibilities of the expert reviewer. Do you see that?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It says, quote, if you find during your review that you do not have direct experience with the medical issues, diagnoses, or procedures you have been asked to review, please contact the staff person at the board who sent you the records for review for further instructions. Is it your testimony you have direct experience with the prescription of ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine on an outpatient basis in the state of Maine?
Not in the state of Maine, but that's not the question.
Okay. So we've talked about the Federation of State Medical Boards. Would you agree with me that that's a professional organization?
The FSMB, yes, that's a professional organization.
Thank you. Have you ever communicated with anybody at SMFB by email, phone, or in person about any medical issues?
Not related to this case. I can't remember. There may have been communications when I had questions about something in the past, but I don't remember.
So do you have a relationship with any board or staff at SMB?
No.
No. Have you printed the Federation of State Board policy on misinformation and disinformation in MedPage today?
I don't print anything in my role. That's not really my role.
Well, you're the editor-in-chief, correct?
Again, that's my title. We could, if you want to discuss what my roles are, I'm happy to do so to clarify, because my sense is that you may have a misunderstanding as to what my role is, but I'm happy to clarify.
Are you aware that MedPage today published and supported the FSMB policy on disinformation?
What do you mean by supported?
In favor of?
Is that an evidence?
Can you answer the question? The question was, are you aware? The answer is yes, I am, or no, I'm not.
Oh,
Well,
yes. if you can answer Dr. Faust, and if you're not
Yeah,
sure,
but-
that's fine.
But if it's in evidence, I'd like to look at it because then I could read it and know the answer.
Okay, so
Didn't
can
ask you
you,
that.
so Attorney Libby, can you help him to answer the question by indicating whether that's in evidence or not?
Is a MedPage article in evidence? No, that's not the question. The question is, are you aware that MedPage supported the SMB policy?
I'm not sure that's even true, but so I'm not aware of that.
In Inside Medicine, your Substack publication, didn't you write in support of the FSMB policy on misinformation?
Could you refer me to an article and a date, please, if that's in evidence? Because I've written hundreds of thousands of words. I don't remember all of them.
So your answer to my question is you don't recall whether or not you've published a Substack in support of the SFB policy. Is that the answer?
I'm saying if it's in evidence, I'll look at it.
So you cannot answer from your memory.
Again, I'd rather look at something rather than try to guess.
Do you know how the board came across you as an expert in this case?
I think I was referred to them by someone that they had spoken to, who recommended me.
And was that someone at the Federation of State Medical Boards?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. Were you contacted by the Federation of State Medical Boards to be made aware that you might get a call from a Kenche Sato about their need for an expert in Maine?
I don't remember that. I remember, a colleague of mine telling me about this case, and I said I would consider it. I don't remember whether there were emails or calls between that conversation and my communications with the Maine board, but if those are in evidence, I'd be happy to look at them.
So a colleague of yours, who is this colleague?
Michael Barnett.
The fellow who was copied on the email,
That's right.
right?
Yeah.
Do you have Exhibit 3, which was sent to you this morning, and I'm going to ask the hearing officer for me to mark this as board exhibit, rebuttal exhibit 238.
Okay, so this is licensee rebuttal exhibit 238?
Yeah, I'm sorry if I said board.
Okay, and I don't have that, correct?
It was sent around this morning.
This morning, okay, that's,
Madam Hearing Officer, I don't believe that it was sent to you this morning. Attorney Libby emailed me this morning and asked me to email it to Dr. Faust, which I did.
okay, so before we ask questions about it, can you explain, Attorney Libby, why it was not circulated to me and also why it was circulated to the other party on the morning of the hearing, given that it's been almost 3 months since the last day of hearing?
Well, it was an oversight that it wasn't circulated to you. I assumed that if she was going to send it to the witness, she would send it to you. It's a simple matter of sending you the email, but I do have questions that are predicated on this. Dr. Faust has the exhibit, and I would
Okay,
like.
but is there a reason why it wasn't provided to the other party prior to the morning of the hearing, given that you began his cross-examination almost 3 months ago?
It was attached to the motion to recuse Dr. Gleaton
Okay,
months ago, and because it was attached to that, it didn't make my rebuttal list because it's already essentially a pleading in the case.
okay. So could you, one of the parties, share it with me so I know that what you're looking at?
Sure. Tyler, are you listening so you can send this to the hearing officer, please?
Yes, I'll email it to her.
Okay, and actually, it was what exhibit number on the motion? Because I can get it there as well.
It is marked Exhibit 3, but I'm asking you to mark it Licensee Exhibit 238.
Okay, so if you give me a second, I can get it that way. Okay, and actually, just, no. Okay, I have your email, Attorney Smith, but there's no attachment, unfortunately. So let me just go to the original motion.
I'm resending that now.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
And Madam Hearing Officer, I'm going to object to the use of this exhibit as an impeachment exhibit. There's no evidence that the witness has any knowledge of this and no indication that it has anything to do with Dr. Faust. He is not a recipient of the email. He did not sign any of the transmissions and did not receive any of the transmissions.
okay. Attorney Libby, can you explain how he has any basis of knowledge of this exhibit if you're going to use it to impeach his credibility?
Certainly, the email is from Tim Terranova, who is the Deputy Executive Director of the Board of Medicine. It is with a Barbara Walker of the Federation of State Medical Boards. And Tim Terranova, Dr. Terranova, has made statements in here about experts. And I want to see if Dr. Faust is aware of these.
Okay.
First of all, I don't believe there are any statements in Exhibit 3 related to experts from Tim Terranova. There is a long email from Barbara Walker to Tim Terranova, but there's no statement from Tim Terranova about the experts in the Exhibit 3 that I'm looking at, which starts at the top from Tim Terranova to Barbara Walker and is dated January 26th.
If I could just proceed with my cross, and if there are objectionable portions of my cross, you can read rule on them seriatim.
So it's my understanding that do you understand this to be what we're looking at, Attorney Libby, that the responses in red are Mr. Terranova's responses?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna allow the questions. And you have the exhibit, Dr. Faust?
I have it, yes.
Okay.
This email, which is now marked licensee exhibit 238, is dated Wednesday, January 26, 2022. Do you see that, Dr. Faust?
Yeah.
And it's from Timothy Terranova, Assistant Executive Director of the Maine Board of Medicine.
Okay.
And it's responding to a series of questions from Barbara Walker of the Federation of State Medical Boards. Do you know Barbara Walker?
I do not.
And question 2 from Ms. Walker responded to by Mr. Terranova in red states, misinformation and disinformation spread by licensed physicians regarding COVID vaccines and treatments, mask use, public health guidelines, and decisions about discipline to be applied. And in red, it says, please see below. See that?
I do see that.
And I want to go to the bottom of page 2. Mr. Terranova writes, although
I apologize, everyone. I seem to have gotten kicked off.
Okay.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Are you okay?
I'm back on. The last question I got was, and it's responding to a series of questions from Barbara Walker, the Federation of State Medical Boards, and then that's where I lost connection.
I will go over that again.
Thank you. I apologize.
Not a problem. Looking at the bottom of page 1, paragraph number 2, from from Barbara Walker. it reads, misinformation and disinformation spread by licensed physicians regarding COVID vaccines and treatments, mask use, public health guidelines, and decisions about discipline to be applied. And in red, it says, please see below, correct?
Yeah.
And if we go to the bottom of page 2, Dr. Faust, the second line in red reads, although the board supported the decision in its fall 2021 newsletter, it has caused a perception that FSMB is telling states what to do. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Mr. Terranova goes on, the board staff is currently dealing with a case involving alleged misinformation by a physician, which requires outside experts to be retained, review information, and provide evidence-based studies and an opinion rebutting specific instances of misinformation. Do you see that?
I see that.
And you were retained January 12th, 2022, by the board to be an expert on misinformation and disinformation.
That was
Right.
part of the reason. That's the part of the reason I was initially reproached, but that was not the only reason.
Thank you. The next sentence reads, while the board appreciates the FSMB statement of support to medical boards regarding this issue and the assistance the FSMB provided in directing board staff to experts. You see that?
Yeah, I'm going to read that again. While the board appreciates the FSMB statement of support to medical boards regarding this issue and the assistance the SFMB provided in directing the board staff to experts. Okay, yes, I see that.
Okay. So were you aware that the FSMB had directed the Board of Licensure of Medicine to you?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm going to sustain that objection. Can we move on to a new question?
Sure. If you continue down 4 sentences, the assistant director writes, for example, an expert review of this type using an FSMB recommended expert could cost the board $25,000 to $30,000. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
And at the time, Assistant Director Terranova wrote this, you had been retained by the board at the discounted rate of $500 per hour, right?
It appears that timeline is correct.
And your bills, once you submit the bill from October to present, will exceed $25,000 to $30,000, right?
Probably, I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it. I mean, I have the tabulation somewhere, but I haven't, run the numbers completely. But, I would just, actually, I won't add anymore. Go ahead.
Thank you. Has the FSMB ever recommended you to any other boards?
I am not party to any other board, so I don't know what recommendations they have made to entities that are not me.
Okay. I want to talk, just a clarification. Am I correct that the CDC on its website says hydroxychloroquine is safe for use in pregnancy?
Can you show me where that's stated so I can understand the context of it?
Well, it simply says hydroxychloroquine is safe for use with pregnant women. Are you aware that that's posted on the CDC website?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, you can say you're not aware.
So I'm going to allow it. Are you aware, Dr. Faust?
Madam Hearing Officer, there are thousands of pages of documents in evidence, and on at least one occasion, things have been taken out of context during questions that were better understood in their correct context when we looked at the piece of evidence that was at the document in evidence. So when being asked to comment about something like this, I would like to see if it's in evidence. And so may I ask that?
Attorney Libby, is that document and evidence that you're referencing from the CDC?
There's no such requirement for me to ask a question.
I understand, but he's
That
asking
it
for
be in evidence.
clarification. So Attorney Libby, I'm going to ask you not to speak over me. Second of all, you've already, he's asking for clarification so he can answer your question without speculating. Is there a reference to an exhibit that he can refer to?
No, it's on the CDC website. I didn't think I needed to reprint the CDC website to establish.
Okay, so you've answered no. Thank you. Dr. Faust, you can go ahead and answer the question to the best of your ability. If you need to give an explanation, go ahead.
I would only answer that if I was looking at the document so that I know the context in which it was given.
Okay, let's move to the next question.
So you can't testify, as you sit here today, that you have an opinion that Dr. Nass's prescription of hydroxychloroquine to a woman who was 6 months pregnant did not meet the standard of care.
Objection to the form of the question?
Yeah, that's a new question. So Dr. Faust, do you need that answered, repeated rather?
Yes, please.
In this case, Dr. Nass prescribed hydroxychloroquine to a woman who was 6 months pregnant, who had tested positive for COVID-19 at a local urgent care facility. My question is a simple one. Am I correct that hydroxychloroquine is approved for use with pregnant women?
The hydroxychloroquine is FDA approved, which means it can be prescribed for its approval reasons or off-label. And whether it can be and whether it should be are different. The risk-benefit discussion has to occur. There's documentation in the medical literature of possible risks. And so in order for a physician to give correct informed consent to a patient, they need to discuss the risks and the benefits of any treatment. And there are potential risks to a pregnant patient, but those risks do not always mean that it's inappropriate to prescribe the medication. It simply depends on the risk-benefit calculation.
Well, Dr. Nass testified that she did discuss with patient 3 the risks and benefits, and patient 3, after informed consent, wanted the prescription. Entirely appropriate, correct?
I wasn't present for that. If somebody would like to read back that exchange, I can comment on whether I agree with it.
Okay. So the simple question is, with respect to patient 3, have you formed an opinion that Dr. Nass's prescription of hydrochloroquine to a woman who had just tested positive for COVID-19 did not meet the standard of care because she was pregnant?
Well, those are two different questions.
Okay, well, I want you to answer.
Objection to the form of the question.
Did she meet the standard of care when she prescribed hydroxychloroquine to a woman who was 6 months pregnant and was just tested positive for COVID-19?
The standard of care, in my view, was not to prescribe hydroxychloroquine for outpatients for COVID-19 at that time. So no, that did not comport with the standard of care at that time.
Okay, so let me leave that question aside. The one I'm asking you only is that the prescription of hydroxychloroquine is safe for pregnant women. Do you know whether that is a true statement or false statement?
I think I've discussed this. The hydroxychloroquine has potential risks to fetuses, which is somewhat unknown, but it's known. I mean, it's known. It's a known unknown. We know that there's a possible risk.
It's a known unknown.
Well, we know that there's a possible risk to fetuses. That's been well established. But that does not mean that in all cases it is strictly contraindicated for pregnancy. It's a risk-benefit calculation.
Okay, let's move on. You testified with respect to some of the studies that Dr. Reich relied on and included in his report on the prophylactic use of ivermectin. It's licensee exhibit 151A. The particular study was a study which is number 9 in Dr. Reich's brief that was authored by an individual by the name of Kerr, K-E-R-R. And my question, do you remember testifying about that study?
I don't remember what I said, so if somebody could refresh me what I said, that would be helpful.
Sure, I'll read it back to you. I'm looking at page 799 of the transcript. This would be the March 2nd transcript. And it begins on line 19.
All right, let me get that. Hold on. March 2nd. 799. $19. Okay, go ahead.
And with respect to Kerr, you testified, quote, in number 9, for example, I have notes here on my document on Kerr et al. That, for example, a conflict of interest was identified in this paper such that the people who took money from companies who promote ivermectin were actually involved in the study. So it's hard to interpret a study when it's basically being conducted by people whose job it is to promote something. That would call into question sort of whether the best research practices are being used, and therefore whether you can really interpret much about it. I don't know if that's sufficient. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir, you read that correctly.
Is it your testimony that a conflict of interest requires that a clinician who reads the study should give it no weight?
No, go ahead, please.
Withdrawn.
I'll answer it. I think that it influences the weight.
So there's no rule, standard, or guidelines in the research field that if there is a disclosed conflict of interest, you can't evaluate the study on its merits, correct?
That's correct.
You said it's a factor to be weighed. So I want to look at licensee exhibit 47, which is the ivermectin for COVID-19 real-time meta-analysis of 90 studies dated August 18th, 2022. I believe it's already in evidence, Madam Hearing Officer.
Sorry, could you repeat the exhibit number?
47.
At licensee exhibit 47?
Yes.
Okay. Just confirming, yes, that's in evidence. Do you have that
Thank you. Yes.
available, Dr. Faust?
Yes, I do. Sorry.
Now, you've testified that financial conflicts of interest must be weighed, correct?
Correct.
Now, you have provided, and we had some discussion about the Lopez Medina study, which is marked Board Exhibit 3234. Do you remember Lopez Medina?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
And that was a study on the effect of ivermectin on time to resolution of symptoms among adults with mild COVID-19, published in the Journal of the American Medical Association. Correct?
Correct.
Now, were you aware that a number of the authors were paid by Big Pharma?
Well, paid by Big Pharma. I recall that there was some discussion as to whether some of the authors had received support for things that I don't recall were related to ivermectin. So that's but I don't have that in front of me. But I believe that you're right that there was there had been it had been stated by observers that at least one or more of the authors had in the past received some kind of funding or support from a pharmaceutical company for something. But I correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe it was related to ivermectin.
Well, it's in the ivermectin study. If you look at 3234 and go to page 1434, is the next to the last page of your exhibit.
Yeah, I see that.
And the primary outcome, as you call it, was ivermectin did not significantly improve the resolution of symptoms.
You read that correctly.
All right. The author also states the findings do not support the use of ivermectin for treatment of mild COVID-19, although larger trials may be needed to understand the effects of ivermectin on other clinically relevant outcomes. Right?
That's what it says.
Now, our target population and the population that Dr. Reich reviewed in his brief are outpatient treatment of high-risk patients, early treatment of outpatients who are high risk, correct? Not mild to moderate, but high risk, correct?
Well, that's correct, but mild and high risk don't refer to the same thing.
So let me go to page 1434.
I'm there.
Conflict of interest disclosures. Dr. Lopez Medina reported receiving grants from Sanofi Pasteur, which is a large drug pharmaceutical in Europe and America, correct? Correct?
I don't know where they're based, but go ahead.
They are a large, big pharmaceutical company, correct?
Sure.
And GlaxoSmithKline, another big pharmaceutical company, correct?
Sure.
And Janssen, another big pharmaceutical company, correct?
Correct.
And it goes on. And personal fees from Sanofi Pasteur during the conduct of the study. What does personal fees during the conduct of the study mean?
I think you would have to ask Dr. Lopez Medina that question.
So it would seem to me that Dr. Lopez Medina suffers from the same problem that you identified with Dr. Kerr's study, and that he was being paid by drug companies who are not promoting ivermectin, and hydroxychloroquine, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that factually. You may be correct, but you may not be. I don't believe. I don't know whether any of the companies listed there currently market ivermectin, whereas in the Kerr study, the conflicts of interest were apparently related to ivermectin. That is an important distinction.
So let's go on.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm looking for a place to break. We had said in the pre-hearing conference we had about an hour and a half of cross left. We're about there.
I said an hour and a half to 2.
Right.
So I'll end after I finish this. Look again at page 1434. Dr. Lopez, another co-author, reported receiving grants from Sanofi Pasteur, GlaxoSmithKline, and Janssen, and personal fees from Sanofi Pasteur during the conduct of the study. Correct?
Asked and answered.
It's a different doctor. It
Okay.
hasn't been asked or answered.
I
Okay.
think you actually repeated the same Dr. Lopez. I think
No,
So
there's a
it was
Dr.
asked and
Lopez
answered.
Medina and a Dr. Lopez. They're two different individuals.
Dr. Lopez Medina is one individual, counsel.
Dr. Lopez, it says, reported receiving grants from Lopez Medina is the first author, and the second author is P. Lopez. So they're two different individuals, right?
Okay, sure.
understood with objection withdrawn. My apologies.
Sure. Go ahead.
So Dr. Lopez was feeding from the same trough as Dr. Lopez Medina.
Objection.
Pasteur, GlaxoSmithKline, and
So,
Janssen.
Attorney Libby, I know you understand the rules, that if someone makes
I'll
an
rephrase the
objection,
question.
you have to let me address it. So I'm going to affirm that objection as argumentative. Do you have a final question before we take a break?
Sure. Janssen was one of the big pharma drug companies marketing vaccines, right?
Objection. Relevance.
Attorney Libby?
Well, its relevance is that they had a financial interest in people not using ivermectin.
Okay, so I'm gonna allow you to answer that question, then we're gonna take a break.
What's the question?
Did Janssen market vaccines for COVID-19?
Janssen has a vaccine for COVID-19.
Thank you.
Okay, and Attorney Libby, does that mean you're done with this cross-examination and we're ready for the next witness?
No,
Okay, how much more do you have?
I will look during the break.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to get us done in the next half hour because that is what we said was the outer limits when we started.
No, I gave you an estimate. I didn't give you a definitive time that I could be.
I understand, but I'm putting a definitive time on this. You started at 11 o'clock on the last day of hearing, and now we've done an hour and a half today. And so we're gonna have a half hour when we come back. So we have a 10-minute recess at this time. Okay, we're just waiting for Attorney Libby, I believe. So, Mr. Terranova, I don't, it looks like Attorney Libby left. Oops. Or am I looking on the, no, I see him still there, sorry. Okay, Attorney Libby, we're ready to resume the hearing. Attorney Smith, if you can hear us, if you could let Attorney Libby know we're waiting to resume the hearing.
You're ready.
Okay, have the parties back. Just for clarification of my notes, I have during that initial portion of the cross-examination, licensee rebuttal exhibits B, C, E, and F were offered and admitted without objection. I don't have notes about A and D. I don't think questions were asked about those, but correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Libby.
B, there were questions, and if I didn't offer it, I would offer it now.
No, I have B, C, E, and F admitted. So
D.
A,
Oh,
A, and
D.
D.
I'm sorry, I misheard you.
That's okay. So I did not have A and D as offered for admission.
I would offer D because it deals with fees and costs.
Okay, any objection, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
No objection.
Okay, and then how about 238? Did you offer that, Attorney Libby?
A, no, that's just the response to the FOA request that produced this information.
Okay, and how about Exhibit 238, which was the motion exhibit that's renumbered as 238?
Yes.
Okay, and any objection to that, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
No objection.
Okay, so that was 237A was the one we just discussed. And 238 are both admitted without objection. Okay, so it's 10:49. I'm going to ask you to complete your cross-examination in a half an hour. Attorney Libby, you can resume your questions.
Well, I'm going to need more than a half an hour, but I will do my best to condense and consolidate.
Great.
Dr. Faust, you have repeated quite frequently that you look at high quality studies and refer to work such as those published in the New England Journal of Medicine containing randomized controlled trials as the gold standard. Correct?
Yes, I've said that.
Okay. Do you know who Marcia Angel is?
Could you refresh me?
Sure. She was the editor of the New England Journal of Medicine for 20 years and wrote a book entitled Drug Companies and Doctors, A Story of Corruption. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I've heard of that individual.
And she writes, quote, "It is simply no longer possible." This is the editor of the New England Journal of Medicine. It's simply no longer possible to believe much of the clinical research that is published or to rely on the judgment of trusted physicians or authoritative medical guidelines. I take no pleasure in this conclusion, which I reached slowly and reluctantly over my 2 decades as an editor of the New England Journal of Medicine.
Objection, lack of foundation. This is not an exhibit that's an evidence.
Doesn't need to be an exhibit.
Okay, what is the question?
Are you aware of Dr. Angel's condemnation of the New England Journal of Medicine as a former 20-year editor of that journal?
Okay, I'll allow that question. Are you aware, Dr. Faust?
I'm only aware of what you just read.
Okay.
Are you aware of what I read? Dr. Angel also wrote in a 2004 article, The Truth About Drug Companies, quote, now primarily a marketing machine to sell drugs of dubious benefit, this industry uses its wealth and power to co-opt every institution that might stand in its way, including the US Congress, the FDA, academic medical centers, and the medical profession. Parents, most of its marketing efforts are focused on influencing doctors since they must write the prescriptions. Are you aware of that criticism, Dr. Faust?
Thank you for reading it.
You were aware of it?
I am aware of it now.
Okay. How do you feel as someone who has touted these highly high quality studies published in the New England Journal of Medicine when the editor of that organization essentially says it is nothing but a mouthpiece for big pharma?
Objection, lack of foundation, and mischaracterization.
Attorney Libby?
I believe it's a fair question. She's saying that you can't rely on any of the work or doctors for that matter because they're influenced by big pharma. And I'm just asking him how he responds to that.
Assistant Attorney General Willis, did you have a reply?
We've already established that he's not familiar with her critiques.
Okay, so based on the critique that's been read, I'm going to allow him to answer the question, although I do feel like you need to reframe it, Attorney Libby, not to how does he feel, but is there some other question you want to ask about that?
Sure. Does that trouble you that the former editor of the organization that you tout as the gold standard says it's unreliable?
Objection, mischaracterizes. He did not specifically state that the New England Journal of Medicine was the only gold standard. That was not his testimony.
This is cross-examination and it is eating into my time, and I'm trying to move this along quickly.
Okay, so she's arguing that you've mischaracterized the evidence, his testimony before. So do you want to reframe the question or no?
I didn't mischaracterize the evidence.
Okay.
You are very familiar with the criticism of journals that they are funded by big pharma, correct?
I am familiar with that criticism.
And how do you respond to Dr. Angel, who was the editor of the New England Journal of Medicine for 20 years? Is she wrong?
I don't think that Dr. Angel's, the way I interpret Dr. Angel's analysis, I don't interpret that as I believe you're characterizing it, which is that you'd throw the whole thing out. I would characterize it, and other opinions like it, as a call to improve methodologies, and that there are examples where even the best journals have fallen short of expectations. And I support the idea of improving research methodologies and transparency so that we can act upon the information in the journals.
Do you agree with me that big pharma's influence in journals and what's get published is a problem that needs to be dealt with?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay, then I'll move on. Do you have licensee exhibit 47?
I can get it.
It would be page 43 when you're there, Dr. Faust.
47, and then I'll down to page 43 of that.
Are you there?
Yes, sir, I believe so. This is NIH analysis. Is that what you're looking at?
Yes. And do you agree that the National Institute of Health has reported there is insufficient evidence to recommend for or against ivermectin?
Well, at the time of this document, we can read what it says.
It's the first sentence in the second paragraph.
The NIH has reported that there's insufficient evidence to recommend for or against ivermectin.
And isn't that your opinion in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So there is that recommendation is made by a board of 9 doctors, and they came up with that recommendation. Do you think it's important to look at what influence those 9 doctors may have had in their decision that ivermectin can be neither for or against?
It could be.
Okay, let's look at Professor Adamora, which is the first one listed. She's on Merck's advisory board and a consultant and research support. She's also with Gilead, the maker of remdesivir, a consultant, research support, and has consulting fees from Viva and Gilead. And her institution has received funding from Gilead for her research. Open payment shows $62,000 from Merck and $88,000 from Gilead. Now,
Madam, I apologize for interrupting, Attorney Libby. Could you direct us to the page that you're on
43.
of Exhibit 47?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would you agree with that those kinds of associations are problematic?
I would agree that it's good to know about them.
Yeah. And the second board member, Professor Roger Badimo, he's also on the Merck Advisory Board. He also receives honoraria from Gilead, and he reports open payments from Merck of $149,000, $76,000 from Sanofi, and $23,000 from Gilead. Right?
That's what it says.
Those would be pretty significant conflicts. Would you agree with me?
They could, they certainly need to be taken into account when you're looking at the totality of the situation.
Sure. And if they recommended use of ivermectin, do you think the drug companies would continue to pay them these large amounts?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
I'll withdraw the question. The third member, Professor Rajesh Gandhi, he's also on Gilead's Grants Advisory Board and receives personal fees. He reports open payments of $45,000 from Merck and $10,000 from Gilead. You're familiar that there's an open payments website where people can go on and look to see what payments doctors have received?
Oh yeah, I've looked at that before.
The fourth member, Professor David Glidden, he's also on the Merck Advisory Board. The fifth, Professor Gulick, he's also receives grants from Merck, Pfizer, Gilead, GlaxoSmithKline, and the National Institute of Health. 6, Professor Susanna Nagel, she receives grants and an ivermectin trial grant, $155 billion grant after the insufficient evidence recommendation. Seems to be a pretty serious conflict. Would you agree?
I don't know what that was referring to, but you know, overall, I support the transparency of knowing who receives grants and other fees. I think that's useful information in the context of the overall question.
And Professor Nagy also reported open payments of $2.4 million from AbbVie, $1.2 million from Gilead, $34,000 from Janssen, and $19,000 from Merck.
Again, that's what it says, and you're reading it correctly.
And the seventh, Professor Andrew Pavia, also has relationships with Merck, Genotech, and GlaxoSmithKline. So 7 of the 9 board members who made that recommendation of insufficient evidence have significant ties to large pharmaceutical companies who were marketing products that ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine would compete with, correct?
Objection. Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Response, Attorney Libby.
This is cross-examination. It's a perfectly appropriate cross-examination question.
Okay. Dr. Faust, can you answer the question as it's been framed?
I'm not sure. Can you repeat it? I just wasn't quite sure what he's asking.
I could ask the court reporter to read it just for time.
Sure, if you could give me a moment to just go back. Question, so 7 of the 9 board members who made the recommendation of insufficient evidence have significant ties to large pharmaceutical companies who are making products that ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine would compete with, correct?
Look, I don't know what each of those companies makes. I don't know what you think ivermectin does or doesn't do. So it's hard to know what these people who I don't know think competes with what agent or medical intervention. But
I didn't ask you what they think. I asked you if the conflict is apparent, that their assessment and their medical opinions may be influenced by the money that they receive. Do you agree that that is clearly a potential?
It's a potential. Also, I believe Merck makes ivermectin. So you have to take all these things in context. So
you were fond to testify when questioned by the Attorney General that a reasonably prudent practitioner could not rely upon the document that I just used, which is Exhibit 47, Licensee Exhibit 47, the ivermectin COVID-19 real-time meta-analysis of 90 studies, correct?
I didn't think that was sufficient to act upon now.
Okay, so I want you to look at Licensee Exhibit 55B.
Okay.
55B, Tokyo Medical Association recommends ivermectin for COVID, but AMA says no. Now, my question, if the Tokyo Medical Association recommends ivermectin, isn't that some evidence of the potential benefit of the drug?
If that were true, however, in my notes here, I have stated in my notes that I have links in my notes to several news stories that say that this is actually false and that the Tokyo Medical Association does not recommend ivermectin for COVID.
Okay, you have in your notes.
I'm happy to read off the URLs or whatever else I could share them. But my assessment of this document was that it summarized a piece of information that was incorrect.
Okay. Are you aware that the head of the Tokyo Medical Association did, in fact, make that recommendation?
Again, when looking at this document, my notes state that that was not the correct characterization.
Are you? Let me ask you to look at Licensee Exhibit 50. This is the multifaceted, highly targeted, sequential multi-drug treatment of early ambulatory high-risk SARS-CoV-2 infection. Primary author, Peter McCullough, along with 56 co-authors.
I see that, yeah.
You didn't testify regarding Dr. McCullough's study. Have you read it?
I'm looking through this document, and by virtue of being here, I've certainly looked at it, but it was a long time ago, so I don't have many notes on it.
So I want you to just look at table 1,
Sure.
which is on
Wait,
page.
I'm just I want to make sure there are some studies in evidence that have been retracted, and I just want to make sure, is there a way to know if this is one of them?
And I wish you would answer my questions because I'm being time limited and I don't have the time to run down these rabbit holes. Please
Oh.
listen to the question and answer the question.
Dr. Faust, I understand the note you're making that some of these exhibits or studies have been retracted. If you don't have notes on which were, that's fine. You can just answer to the best of your recollection, and I understand the caveat that some of them may have been retracted. So go ahead, Attorney Libby.
I asked you to turn to table 1.
Okay, table 1.
Table 1, listing of early home-based treatment kits provided for acute COVID-19 illness by various countries. Do you see that there are 21 countries listed?
That I'm not going to count them, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Algeria, Argentina, Brazil, Bangladesh, Cameroon, China, Colombia, Egypt, France, Ghana, India, Korea, Mexico, Morocco, Mozambique, Nigeria, Peru, Senegal, South Africa, Spain, and Uganda. And there's a note that says in the USA, no kits provided from public health agencies, Association of American Physicians and Surgeons COVID-19 treatment guide recommends adjuvant nutraceuticals and sequenced multi-drug therapy by prescription. Correct?
It appears you read that correctly.
So my question to you, could a reasonable practitioner look at these 21 countries who permit either hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin to treat on an outpatient basis individuals with COVID-19?
That is not what this table shows. This table shows research from 21 countries, which,
I'm going to ask the hearing officer if I could get an answer to my question rather than debating my question with the witness. I would come closer to finishing in the time that's been allotted to me.
So I'm going to allow him to finish his answer. He was giving you an answer.
No, he's not giving me an answer. He's.
Attorney Libby, I'm asking you not to argue. I've given you an answer, and that is he can complete his answer. You can ask a follow-up question if you need to. Go ahead, Dr. Faust.
as far as I can determine, this table just shows a list of countries and drugs and supplements and references to the connection between those. And some of those appear to be studies, and some of them appear to be news items. So I really don't know what one could draw from this particular table. So we can continue.
Well, I guess one could draw that ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine are in use in 21 countries around the world, correct?
I'm sure hydroxychloroquine is in use in 21 countries around the world. Sure.
Okay. Would you agree with me that there appears to be a global, not a domestic, but a global difference of opinion about the use and effectiveness of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine?
I wouldn't agree with that characterization, because there's a difference between what the standards are from each of those countries' ministries of health or whatever governing body they may have, and individual researchers within that. For example, in France, there has been research on some of these medications. Some of those research manuscripts have subsequently been retracted. That doesn't have any bearing on whether the medical experts and authorities in France have endorsed that. And this table
That wasn't my question, Dr. Faust. And why you continue to divert and obfuscate as opposed to answer my question is eating up time. Can you answer my question? Can a reasonable practitioner rely on information from 21 countries? It's a yes or no.
So again, Dr. Faust, if you can answer directly as a yes or no, please do. I do understand that you may need to provide explanation. Please try to keep your explanation as succinct as possible.
But what information are we talking about? This is a list of countries and drugs. There's no information on this table.
Dr. McCullough writes on page 518 of his December 30th, 2020 study, is a prompt initiation of sequenced multi-drug therapy is a widely and currently available solution to stem the tide of hospitalizations and deaths. Are you aware of Dr. McCullough's conclusion?
I am aware of what you just read.
And are you aware that there are 56 co-authors that agreed with what I just read you?
He has 56 co-authors. I assume they agree with him.
Now, on page 525 of Dr. McCullough's study, he writes, in newly diagnosed high-risk symptomatic patients with COVID-19, sequenced multi-drug therapy has a reasonable chance of therapeutic gain with an acceptable risk to benefit profile. Do you agree with that or disagree?
I agree that that's what he wrote.
Okay. Do you agree that it has a reasonable risk benefit profile?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it has a great benefit profile. I think the risks have been studied. There's some, but the benefits haven't been clear. So no, I don't agree with that statement.
Well, you agreed with me during my last cross that ivermectin in all of the studies was found to be safe and created no harm to patients.
Oh, no, I didn't say that. I said that there was a risk benefit calculation for every medication. There had been, reports of poison control center calls and that sort of thing. But even if there were harms of these medications in some, if the benefits were enough to offset them, it could be warranted. But in these cases, we had not found that.
Okay, well, let's talk about this case. Off-label prescribing is legal, correct?
I believe I've already answered that question, but sure.
Please answer it again. It is legal, correct?
Off-label prescribing is legal, yes.
And Stephen Hahn of the FDA and Secretary Azor, Department of Health and Human Services, have both stated that physicians are free to prescribe both ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Dr. Faust, are you able to answer the question as asked?
I mean, it's fine. They said that. They didn't need to say that. That's just uncontested. I don't know. That's
so
just basic.
Let's talk about your opinion in this case that the prescription of those drugs without any possible benefits doesn't meet the standard of care. Okay?
Okay, let's talk about that.
All right. Now, let's talk about off-label prescription of drugs other than hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. When a doctor prescribes a drug off-label, it means that he's prescribing it for use for which the drug was not licensed, correct?
Correct.
And the doctor prescribes it to the patient because the doctor believes that it may help the patient's condition, correct?
Correct.
And as long as the patient has given his or her informed consent, off-label prescribing is engaged in by 20 to 30% of practicing physicians in internal medicine, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, assumes facts, not an evidence.
You can answer if you know, Dr. Nass.
Okay, Attorney Libby, you don't get to give that instruction, as you know. Do you want to reframe the question, Attorney Libby?
Sure. Off-label prescribing is very common in medicine.
Correct.
So.
Correct?
Hold on. Dr. Nass, I'm going to ask you not to answer the questions. Okay, I could hear you give an answer there. So Dr. Faust gave his answer. Let's move to the next question.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Now, when a doctor prescribes off-label a medication, there are no studies demonstrating no studies demonstrating effectiveness for the use that the doctor is prescribing, right?
That is an incorrect characterization.
Okay, well, let me get this down straight. Is it your testimony that whenever a doctor prescribes off-label, that doctor has research evidence that the medication is appropriate for the particular off-label use? Is that what you're saying?
As you stated, counsel, off-label prescribing is done commonly, and I can't comment as to what is behind each and every one of those decisions. It is widely variable from highly appropriate to highly inappropriate.
Okay. The point is that a physician, including Dr. Nass, doesn't have to have a study demonstrating effectiveness if the medication is safe, right?
That's correct.
That's correct. Dr. Reich prepared a brief. It's Exhibit 151C, ivermectin-based early outpatient treatment and risk of COVID-19 hospitalization and mortality.
All right. I gotta get it. I have to find that. 151C. 151C appears to be the curriculum vitae for this individual.
No, that's a D. You're on D, Dr. Faust.
When I click 151C, that's where it goes to. But and it's labeled 151C.
151C has the title ivermectin-based early outpatient treatment. It's either the one before or after that.
Madam Hearing Officer, Exhibit 151C in our exhibits is in fact the curriculum vitae for Dr. Reich.
Okay, that's interesting. In my online version, it is the ivermectin-based early outpatient treatment study. So let's correct that later, but let's get Dr. Faust to the correct exhibit for now. Is it one of the other 151 exhibits in your labeling, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
Could you reread the title, please, Attorney Libby?
Ivermectin-based early outpatient treatment and risk of COVID-19 hospitalization and mortality.
I do not have a copy of that in the exhibits that the licensee provided us.
Well, I mean, it was provided, and clearly the hearing officer has the exhibit.
Yeah, I'm not sure where things, somewhere obviously there's been a mix-up.
Madam Hearing Officer, could I recommend that Attorney Libby email it to me? I will email it to the witness and we will get it to him right away so we can continue.
Yes, but I do want to note we're at the half-hour mark. And so, Attorney Libby, if these are the last questions you want to ask, we can do that. If you have some other final questions, you can move to those. It's up to you.
Well, the question I was going to ask is that Dr. Faust did not review this or testify concerning this study. And from this colloquy, it may be that somehow 151C was not provided to him. So no, I don't want to use the time for that.
Okay, so I'm going to give you 5 more minutes and then we're going to conclude. So whatever you want to ask in that 5 minutes, go ahead.
Dr. Faust, you testified at page 981, line 17, that Dr. Nass' fundamental ploy used to create 2 forest plots, selectively including positive and excluding negative results. Do you remember that?
Sorry, 989.
981, line
981.
Slide 17.
Yeah, let me look at that. This is are you talking about line? Which line, sorry?
I'm sorry.
Which line?
It begins on line 17.
It says you write in your report. Okay, go ahead. I see 17.
My focus is on the use of the term fundamental ploy. Did you write that?
Well, we can look back at my
We can look back at your report, and I have, and you did write that.
I want to see.
don't wanna take the time.
I just want to see where I wrote that, so I understand what I'm commenting on. Hold on a second. Where is that in mine? And
This is why I'm not going to finish in 5 minutes, Madam Hearing Officer, because my time is being eaten up unnecessarily.
It takes time to get to each of the exhibits, so that's how it's been the whole hearing, so.
I see. I did find it. I'm reading it now. It's on board staff exhibit page 2115. Okay, go ahead.
So when you use the phrase fundamental ploy, were you intending to state that this was some kind of cunning plan of action designed by Dr. Nass?
I'm not sure I know what you mean by cunning. I just think that what I meant by that is how the forest plots are constructed reflect in my view, a cynical cherry picking of data. That's what I meant.
Okay. You would agree with me that Dr. Nass had no involvement in either board exhibit 87 or 88, the forest plots. Those were done by someone else independent of her, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Dr. Faust, are you able to answer the question as asked?
Well, look, who knows who wrote that? There's no authors. For all I know, Dr. Nass is the author, or she's not. No one knows. It is an unsigned document.
So we know that your recommendation with respect to both ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine is that you can't recommend for or against, correct?
Well, I would just say that neither medication is evidence-based standard of care because.
So let me just read your testimony so we can move on. It's page 702, line 25, asked by the Assistant Attorney General and doctor, quote, and doctor, having reviewed 5 of the 8 of the high quality studies included in this purported meta-analysis, what is your opinion about the validity of this purported forest plot overall? Answer: it has no validity to match what it purports to say. It cannot be used to interpret the literature on hydroxychloroquine in any direction. So having read these papers, which are representative of many of the others, I conclude that one cannot conclude anything from this document in favor or against hydroxychloroquine.
You see, that's why I asked you to read it, because precisely contextually, I stand by that.
Okay.
Those documents don't do anything. They don't move the needle, and so
here's the simple question: Dr. Nass can prescribe hydroxychloroquine off-label, correct?
We've established that.
And hydroxychloroquine, based on your testimony and the studies we reviewed, none of them reported that it caused any harm to the patients, correct?
That's not accurate. There have been some harms reported.
Okay. Do you agree with me that it's one of the safest medications?
We've discussed this before.
Yeah. Do you agree with me?
I believe we can, if you want to use your time in this way, we can go back to the
Dr. Faust, you do not determine how I use my time. I know you like to talk to eat it up, but you don't determine how I use it. So my question to you is if you cannot conclude either for or against the use of the drug, that means it's left to the physician's discretion with the patient's informed consent, correct?
That's an incorrect rendition of my view of this case, however.
I didn't ask you your view of the case. I asked you that if Dr. Nass, in her judgment, believed that this drug would help her patient and the patient gave her conformed consent, she could prescribe it off-label, correct?
Not in replacement of the evidence-based standard of care to refer her patients to the appropriate level of care.
Okay.
Did
so-
I ask you anything
so,
about the appropriate level of care?
Attorney Libby, you're badgering the witness. We've also
No,
partnered.
I'm not badgering the witness. The
Attorney
witness
Libby?
refuses to answer my question.
Okay, Attorney Libby, I'm asking you to return to the rules of decorum in this proceeding. We have far exceeded the time allotted for your cross. We're going to stop there. Any redirect, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Dr.
I just want to
Faust,
make it clear for the record, I have not completed my cross-examination. I consider it a fundamental a violation of my right to represent Dr. Nass and put a full and fair cross-examination on the record.
Okay, your objection is noted. You had,
noted for the
your
record.
objection is noted. You had from 11 o'clock to the end of the hearing, last hearing date, and now we've done about an hour and a half, 2.5 hours this morning. That's sufficient to conduct cross-examination of this witness. I gave you warnings and we just need to move on. So Assistant Attorney General Willis, any redirect? And if you
Yeah.
could get as brief as possible, that would be appreciated. I'd like to conclude with this witness as soon as we can.
thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Dr. Faust, please describe what steps the evidence-based standard of medical practice requires a physician to follow when they prescribe a drug off-label for a particular patient.
Assistant Attorney General Willis, I'm very sorry. But I actually asked you for redirect out of order and I did not give the board a chance to ask questions, which is our normal practice. So hold that question, and board members, any questions for Dr. Faust? Okay, hearing none. Do you need the question from the Assistant Attorney General repeated, Dr. Faust?
You're asking, yeah.
Let me just repeat it. Thank you. Dr. Faust, please describe what steps the evidence-based standard of medical practice requires a physician to follow when they prescribe a drug off-label for a particular patient.
Look, there's a number of different approaches here. I think that you have to weigh risk benefits. You certainly have to discuss what treatments, the existing treatments are, and because what's at issue is the alternatives, right? So you can add something, for example, but if you're doing something in the place of evidence-based medicine, it's very important to inform the patient about that. So using a medication off-label to replace a medication for which there is much higher evidence in support of would be highly problematic, for example. So you have to inform the patient as to the state of the medical evidence on the question in the condition being treated. Certainly, the physician should avail themselves to all available information at that time and give the risks and benefits. But again, the crux here is that off-label prescribing really should not replace evidence-based standard of care, including referring patients to a higher level of care when necessary.
Thank you, Dr. Faust. Nothing further.
Any recross based on those questions, Attorney Whitman?
Sure. I didn't hear any standard of care, Dr. Faust, for the prescription of off-label medications. Can you cite me the standard? Can you describe to me the standard?
Not from memory, no.
No. Where would I look to find the standard?
There are a great number of resources from various medical bodies on that.
So I guess if you can't describe the standard, you can't form an opinion that Dr. Nass violated the standard, nor can the board.
I don't
Objection, argumentative.
I'm gonna allow the question. You can go ahead and complete your answer, Dr. Faust.
No, I don't agree with that because again, at issue is not whether off-label prescribing is permitted. At issue is whether off-label prescribing is permitted at the expense of other evidence-based treatments and other necessary referrals of care.
Well, let's go that next step to Dr. Faust. Dr. Nass prescribed ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine in September of 2021 for outpatient use for people who were newly infected with COVID-19. So in September 2021, what outpatient medications would you prescribe to those patients?
In September of 2021, there were several options. Monoclonal antibodies were received on an outpatient basis, for example. There was some, depending on the resource, some patients would be prescribed steroids even though they were not being admitted to the hospital. So for example, the steroids are generally have been adjudicated for hospital medicine. But for example, in patients who didn't want to be hospitalized or in whom the hospitals were full, they might be discharged on an oral medication that could absolutely improve the likely favorable outcomes. So at that time, there were some outpatient options.
Okay. So is it your testimony you would have prescribed monoclonal antibodies to these patients?
Objection, exceeds the scope of redirect.
Doesn't exceed the scope.
Well, you're pushing it. So let's finish up. If you have a couple more questions in the scope of redirect, you can go ahead. So you can
Would you
answer
have prescribed monoclonal antibodies to these patients on an outpatient basis?
If they came to the emergency department, it would just depend.
I didn't, that's not the question. Dr. Nass is a primary care physician in Ellsworth, Maine. She practices out of her home. At the time, her office, she had an office. You couldn't get monoclonal antibodies on an outpatient basis, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
So I'm going to sustain.
He knows. Am I
Well,
correct?
Ask him if he knows first.
Could you get monoclonal antibodies on an outpatient basis?
My belief is that monoclonal antibodies were available for patients at high risk of progression to severe disease.
In Ellsworth, Maine?
Well, I don't know about Ellsworth, Maine, but people can go to the nearest.
That's where Dr. Nass practiced.
So go ahead and finish your answer, Dr. Faust.
Yeah, again, it just depends on how serious the situation is. In extreme situations, patients have been medevaced in order to get certain medications. I'm not saying that was necessary. I'm saying if someone thought that it was necessary, it could occur. So the fact that I don't know what the ground condition was in the immediate area, but that doesn't mean that the patients weren't within the group of people who would have benefited from certain treatments. And if those treatments weren't available immediately, they shouldn't not have been offered transfer to a place where those treatments were available. Those opportunities must be presented to the patients.
So you're confusing me.
Sorry.
Are you saying that Dr. Nass didn't meet the standard of care because she didn't refer patients 1 and 2 for further care?
In my
objection, I'm going to object. This is both exceeds the scope of redirect and has been asked and answered.
Well, I understand that the Assistant Attorney General is not focused on getting a clear understanding of the facts here, but
objection.
I need an
So
opportunity.
Attorney Libby, I'm going to ask you to stop editorializing. If you have a straightforward response to the objection, please feel free to give it.
I do have a straightforward response that he's been called as a standard of care expert. He's not licensed in Maine. He knows nothing about the practice in Maine, and he certainly knows nothing about the practice of primary care doc in Ellsworth, Maine. And he hasn't even articulated a standard of care for off-label use of these two drugs. On that basis alone, there's no basis to proceed any further.
Okay, so that's not a response to the objection. That's an argument about the validity of this witness's testimony and how the board should evaluate it. So if you have any more questions related to the very minor scope that was offered on redirect, you have one last chance to ask those questions.
Am I correct that the monoclonal antibodies had their emergency use authorization withdrawn?
At some point, yes, they have been.
At some point, when?
Well, there's many different monoclonal antibodies that were available at different times.
I didn't ask you that. I said when.
Sometime during the pandemic.
Sometime during the pandemic. So if you
There
can't
were,
even,
look,
you can't even-
there were monoclonal antibodies available at the time of these cases. That's just straightforward. There were,
straightforward.
yeah.
What were they available in Ellsworth, Maine, for an outpatient basis?
They were either available or the patient, if needed, could be offered transfer to a place where they were available.
Okay. So ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine are both pills. They can be prescribed by Dr. Nass. The patient can take them at their home, and the medication, like most medication, does what it's supposed to do. Were there any drugs in September of 2021 other than ivermectin? September, October, November, December 2021, other than ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, which could be prescribed off-label to treat COVID-19.
Or oral medications?
I didn't say, I said a pill form, yes, oral medications.
So the answer is that steroids, certain steroids could be given orally if needed.
Are steroids in pill form?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
Not that I recollect right now. I mean, there's certainly this was pre the antivirals, I believe. So I think that would probably it.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Faust.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Faust, thank you for being here. You are excused as a witness. And Assistant Attorney General Willis, board staff has no additional witnesses. Is that correct?
At this time, yes, that is correct.
Okay, and Attorney Libby, you have Dr. Reich as your next witness. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so board members, we can break here, which would be an early lunch, or we could get started with this witness and take our lunch. It might not be right at 12 o'clock. That's up to you. Chair Gleaton, any preference?
So that the afternoon is not incredibly long. I'd say we go a little bit longer and then we take a break at a reasonable time, sometime as close as possible to 12 to 12:30.
Okay. So we're going to have Dr. Reich turn on his video. Does anyone need a brief break right now, or can we just continue?
Madam Hearing Officer, Assistant Attorney General Steigelman will be handling this witness, so I'm going to turn my camera off.
Okay. I need to address a brief distraction. I will be right back. Okay, good morning, Dr. Reich. Thank you for joining us. My name is Rebecca Smith. I'm the hearing officer. Also present, you can see on the video tiles, the members of the Board of Licensure in Medicine who are identified as board members, Attorney Libby and Dr. Nass, and Assistant Attorney General Timothy Stegelman, who is representing board staff, and finally our court reporter, Deb Putzko. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'm going to swear you in first. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I have two other questions for you while your hand is raised, since we're proceeding remotely. Do you swear or affirm that you will not seek or accept any assistance while giving your testimony, including but not limited to coaching advice, suggested answers, or undisclosed notes or documents?
Yes.
And finally, do you swear or affirm that you will let me know if anyone is in the room with you while you are testifying?
Yes, there's no one in the room.
Okay, thank you. We're done with the swearing in. I'm going to give you some instructions about testifying. Attorney Libby has called you as a witness. He will ask you questions first. Assistant Attorney General Stegelman may have cross-examination for you. The board will also have the chance to ask you questions. If there's an objection to a question that's been asked of you, please wait for me to make a ruling before you begin your answer, and I will let you know if you can answer the question. It's important that you wait for the person asking the question to complete their question before you begin your answer, so we have a complete understanding of your answers on the record. For the same reason, please give your answers in complete verbalizations that are captured on the record. If you don't understand a question, please ask for clarification. If you are removed from the hearing for any reason due to a technical difficulty, we will stop the hearing until you return. Please sign back in using the same access information. If you encounter a distraction, we understand that. Please just let me know, and I'm happy to give you a break to address that. If you need a break for any other reason, just let me know. I'm going to ask you now about documents. Do you have the hearing exhibits available to you?
I have a set of exhibits. I don't know that they're the complete set.
Okay, so if we get to a point where you're asked a question about an exhibit that you don't have, please let me know that and we will address that at that time.
Okay.
Do you have other documents with you?
I have the 3 reports that I wrote with me.
Okay. And anything else?
I have some notes that I have taken along the way, and that's more or less it.
Okay. Any objection to those documents being available to the witness, Assistant Attorney General Stegelman? Okay.
Nope.
Okay. So any questions about testifying, Dr. Reich?
No, thank you all. Nice to be with all of you.
Okay. And am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yeah, it's Rish, sounds like fish.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you, Dr. Risch. And I'm going to have you actually start by stating and spelling your name for the record, please.
Okay, I'm Harvey Risch, H-A-R-V like Victor, E-Y, R-I-S-C-H.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Libby, you may begin.
Good morning, Dr. Reich. You sat through the testimony this morning of Dr. Faust.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And were you able to hear the questions and answers to Dr. Faust this morning?
Yes.
Dr. Faust also testified before the board on March 2nd, 2023. Were you able to listen to and hear the questions and answers of Dr. Faust at that time?
Yes.
And Dr. Faust's original examination was commenced by Assistant Attorney General Willis on January 31st, 2023. And did you again see and hear Dr. Faust's testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, what are you, Dr. Reich?
Well, I am now Professor Emeritus of Epidemiology and Senior Research Scientist in Epidemiology at Yale School of Public Health. I've spent a career of 40 years doing epidemiologic research. This followed upon graduating from Caltech as an undergrad in math and biology, then going to medical school, and not doing an internship and not doing clinical medicine, but going into a PhD program in mathematical modeling of infectious epidemics. And at that point, I did a postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Washington in epidemiology and began to work mostly in cancer epidemiology, although I still did some work in infection modeling, and I published one paper from my PhD at that point. And then I did work in studies on the etiology of cancer for 30 plus years.
Let me just stop you there. I asked you to submit your CV.
Okay.
And you submitted that. We've marked it licensee exhibit 151D. Madam Hearing Officer, can you confirm that you have that document?
Are you asking me to confirm, or you're asking the witness to confirm?
Well, I know the witness has it. I just want to make sure you and the board have it.
Okay, what document is that? Number?
151D.
Okay, so if it's in the list that I went over this morning, then the board has it. So yes, that should be in the original exhibit pack.
Good. So I just want to step back a minute, Dr. Reich. You began your career at the California Institute of Technology, according to your CV, with a BS honors in biology and mathematics.
Yes.
And then between 72 and 76, you obtained an MD at the UC San Diego School of Medicine.
Yes.
And between 76 and 80, you obtained a PhD in biomathematics at the University of Chicago.
Yes.
And then between 1980 and 82, you did a postdoctoral fellow in epidemiology. Now, in your training and education, were there particular individuals who were well recognized and influential in your training? And let's start with your undergraduate degree at the California Institute.
Well, as it turns out, probably the most formative one was the physicist Richard Feynman, who I knew personally, who I interacted with on numerous occasions. He was a role model for kind of addressing scientific curiosity and how to pin down scientific curiosity with research and thinking.
Did you have any training or association with Edward Lewis?
Edward Lewis was my advisor. Both Feynman and Lewis had got Nobel Prizes. Lewis got his prize after I left. I was also had training with Roger Sperry in neurosciences, who also got the Nobel Prize after I left.
Did you have any training or association with Paul Meyer?
Paul Meyer was my professor of biostatistics at the University of Chicago in my PhD coursework. And he's very well known for the Kaplan-Meier statistic that's widely used for looking at survival analyses.
What about Noel Weiss?
Noel Weiss was my epidemiology advisor as a postdoc, or one of the two, but a main one, as a postdoc at the University of Washington when I learned epidemiology, actually for the second time, because I had some epidemiology in medical school.
And who is Elizabeth Barrett Connors?
Elizabeth Barrett Connor was my professor of epidemiology in medical school. She was well known for the Rancho Bernardo studies, which was a voluminous set of research on cardiovascular etiology, cardiovascular disease etiology.
Now, early in your career, 1983 to 1990, did you do some work in epidemiology in Toronto?
Yes, so that was my first paying job, so to speak, my first academic appointment as professor at the University of Toronto working in a research group of field work epidemiology, carrying out epidemiologic studies, mostly case control studies, but some cohort studies also, looking at various aspects of the etiology of a number of kinds of cancers.
As part of your career in 2006, did you receive a visiting professorship at the Israeli Institute of Technology.
Yes, I did a fellowship in epidemiology as a visiting professor for a year there.
And that was the Davis.
It was a Lady Davis Award for that, yes.
And what were the qualifications to receive that appointment?
Well, it's a competitive appointment, so I don't really know exactly all the people that I competed with, but it was funding to cover the cost, the entire cost of housing, stipend, and so on for the year in Haifa and Israel.
And what was your work in Israel, Dr. Reich?
So that was a combination of working on some of the research projects that were going on in that epidemiology research unit led by Dr. Gad Rennert, who's now a full professor of epidemiology at the Technion Institute of Technology and also continuing work on studies that I had been doing in Connecticut and with colleagues here in the US, as well as submitting grant applications for studies that were funded to do more of the kinds of cancer research studies, the fieldwork kinds of studies that I've been doing through my career.
And what professional organizations do you belong to focused on epidemiology?
Well, I'm a fellow of the American College of Epidemiology, which is a tantamount to a credentialing organization in epidemiology. Fellowship is elected after a period of membership, and at one point had an exam, although from my training as a postdoc, that was considered sufficient at that time point by the college. I'm also a member of a number of epidemiologic organizations, including the Society for Epidemiologic Research, the American Society of Preventive Oncology. There might be one or two more, I'm not coming to mind.
I'm looking at awards and memberships on page 2 of Licensee Exhibit 151D. I'm looking at 2016 Best of AACR Journals. Could you speak to that, please?
That was an award that was somewhat surprising to me, but because one never knows the kind of the reception that one gets from one's scientific papers, but it was given to me because the paper that a graduate student of mine, Samantha Streicher, wrote on aspirin use and risk of pancreatic cancer got a lot of attention in the journal and was cited by the other studies in the journal to the point that it ranked high enough for the journal to nominate it for that particular award.
What does it mean when a paper is cited multiple times?
Usually it means that there are other researchers who find it important to reference for the topic that either they're studying or something in the paper is a scientific salience for what they're studying. And so papers that support or refute the points that are in the current author study generally are referenced in order to provide support in scientific reasoning about current. And so when a topic is timely and of large interest by the research community studying that particular issue, then it gets cited a lot because multiple authors find the paper of value.
Also listed is the Ruth Left Siegel Award for Excellence in Pancreatic Cancer Research 2018. What is that, Dr. Reich?
That was, so the Ruth Left Siegel Foundation is a bequest from the late Ruth Left Siegel, or in memory of the late Ruth Left Siegel, who died of pancreatic cancer, to award people in the field of pancreatic cancer research, not just epidemiology, but the entire field of pancreatic cancer research, with an annual award on the basis of sustained high-quality research contributing to knowledge about pancreatic cancer. And I believe I was the first epidemiologist, or maybe the only epidemiologist, who has gotten that award for the work that I had done on pancreatic cancer, including elucidating not just the mechanism, not just the involvement of aspirin in reducing risk of pancreatic cancer, but also the mechanisms of the infectious bacterium Helicobacter pylori and how it plays a divergent role of either increasing or decreasing risk of getting this illness based on pathological properties of the organism in its two divergent strains, and how that's played out in the context of other carcinogenic exposures and how the bacterium modulates those other exposures. This was a biological theory that I developed, published, did 2 large-scale case control studies that validated the theory quite well, and what I consider to be one of my most interesting career studies and work, and they recognize it also that this bequest gives an annual payment of $50,000, not of grant money, just of money to the individual as the prize.
The last thing listed under awards and memberships is the highest attention paper ever published in the American Journal of Epidemiology with a publication date of 2020. What is that?
So that was a paper that I investigated on outpatient treatment for COVID-19 that was published on May 27th, I think, of 2020, looking at hydroxychloroquine and remdesivir, because at that time we didn't know whether remdesivir was going to be inpatient only or might be in outpatient use. And the evidence for and against those medications, both in terms of benefits and safety issues. And this was published in the American Journal of Epidemiology, which is the principal journal of epidemiology in the field, going back more than 100 years. And that paper got a very, very large amount of attention, to the point I'm not all that conversant with these attention metrics, but the metric was over 7,000, which is the highest that any paper in the American Journal of Epidemiology had seen to that point within the first 2 or 3 weeks after the paper was published.
So is this a peer-reviewed paper in the journal?
That paper was contributed by me as not solicited, and it was peer-reviewed by the editors of the journal. It was not sent out for external review, but as I, at that time, was still in my 6-year tenure as a member of the board of editors of the journal, it was reviewed by the other editors or some of the other editors of the journal.
Okay, so you yourself were an editor of the American Journal of Epidemiology?
I had been an editor for quite a long time, 20 plus years, but a member of the board of editors, which is the highest group of the editorial function of the journal, for 6 years, which was our normal period for being a member of the board of editors.
Okay. This highest attention paper, from a professional viewpoint, somebody who publishes this work, what does that indicate?
Well, there was a lot of attention, in part, or maybe mostly, because everybody was concerned about COVID and how to manage it. And so people were interested in understanding what evidence there was for medications that might actually be useful in that function. And I think that it had not just a lot of scientific interest, it had a lot of lay interest, to the point where it's been viewed more than 160,000 times. It's been downloaded more than 90,000 times.
What were your conclusions in the paper that was published in the American Journal of Epidemiology with respect to hydroxychloroquine?
My conclusions were based on 5 controlled studies that were available at that time point, and reported observations by a number of physicians who had been prescribing hydroxychloroquine as standard of care in their practices in the period through at least March of 2020, so January to March 2020, was that there was appreciable evidence that this medication reduced the risk of hospitalization and reduced the risk of mortality when started within the first 5 days or so of symptoms in high-risk outpatients. And as well, that the medication was exceedingly safe in use in COVID as well as in use in general, that it has a very wide market share in its general use, that it's in widespread use in preventing malaria, in treating rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, and other autoimmune diseases, that it's been used for more than 60 years in tens of billions of doses by hundreds of millions of people worldwide. This was all reviewed in the context of what safety issues there were compared in doing a risk-benefit analysis with the data that we had at that time.
After you published the study that got so much attention, what happened to you personally?
Well, surprisingly, very little. I had some colleagues at Yale who disagreed with saying that I was not adequately educated and experienced to be writing this paper, which is basically silly. That the one salient point of that essay, which was not published in a scientific journal, but was published on the website Medium, was that there wasn't enough evidence to make the assertions that I made. Now, arguing about is the evidence enough or not enough is a subjective discussion that I'm happy to entertain and probably not the main point here. But that was the only actual scientific criticism. All of the rest was ad hominem attack, which was just of no relevance.
And we'll talk about that a little more later. Looking at your teaching and course development, which is also the bottom of page 2, I note the first entry is advanced epidemiologic research methods, and that you were the course developer. What exactly is that?
So normally a sequence of epidemiology is a full year course in introduction, well, 2 semesters. Introduction is the first semester, intermediate epidemiology is second, and then advanced is the 3rd semester course in epidemiology. And this course covers in depth the design of epidemiologic studies, pitfalls in how one understands their design, and problems in design, problems in carrying out studies, fieldwork issues, as well as theoretical design considerations, analysis of epidemiologic studies, both strengths and weaknesses in those kinds of analyses, how one interprets epidemiologic studies, how one thinks about them, criticizes them, and so on, in complete depth in the field.
Was this your primary teaching area?
Yes.
Now, being a lawyer, I see the next one, litigational epidemiology, also the course developer. Can you give us a thumbnail description of that course?
So after some years of teaching pharmacoepidemiology by a colleague of mine, Michael Bracken at Yale, he left off teaching that about 7, 8 years ago, and there was a demand for a course. And so I created a new course that covered mostly pharmacoepidemiology, which is the study of drugs, vaccines, and devices and their antecedent conditions and risks and benefits of those agents. And in the context of representing scientific evidence when one is employed as an expert consultant. And so I've on and off had some consulting activities for at least a decade, mostly related to cancer risks. And so have faced the challenge of trying to maintain scientific objectivity when one is representing an interest, or at least responding to an employer who has an interest in the case. And how one can do that either by seeing a commonality of the science and the interests of the party, or when there is opposition, the science doesn't represent the interest that the hiring party would be better off knowing what the arguments are against their interest in order to understand their case better. So there's always an interest in doing objective science as best one can, no matter what is the motivation of the party that hires one. And of course, one is always representing the interests of the court, so to speak, in being as objective as possible. And so this was kind of the direction of this, both in terms of the issues about drugs and devices and vaccines and how they're regulated, how they're reviewed, and the issues of how one evaluates causation, both causation in an epidemiologic context as well as individual causation for an individual person asserting harm, and then also experience in understanding depositions and legal evidence and so on, to the limited degree that I had done some of that and was able to provide public information on cases that are public that my students were able to read and critique.
So you have some understanding of litigation and the litigation process.
Yes.
And in this case, you were retained by me as an expert in the field of epidemiology, representing, and I represent Dr. Nass, correct?
Yes.
Now, before I go back to your CV, do you have any personal association with Dr. Nass?
No.
Attorney Libby, do you have, I'm just noting we're afternoon at this point, do you have a lot more to do on the CV, or would you like to finish that before we take our lunch break?
I have a bit more to do on the CV, and it doesn't matter to me whether you break now or later.
Okay. Okay, so why don't we break now? So it's 12:08. So let's be back at 12:40 for the afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Welcome back. We're waiting on a couple more folks. Okay. We have everyone back. Party's ready to go back on the record.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I see the recording has resumed. So Attorney Libby, you can continue with your questions for Dr. Risch.
Thank you. Dr. Risch, at the bottom of page 2 of your resume lists trainees. And could you just briefly tell, for those of us who are not in this field, what trainees are and what it means to be advisor to 36 students?
Well, I've had both master's degree students and PhD students that I've mentored, as well as a few postdocs. And generally, depending upon which of those three types, there's somewhat different kinds of considerations, but the PhD students are generally ones kind of academic disciples, the ones who one spends most of the time in helping through the rigors of the PhD education, carrying out a dissertation, the pros and cons of selecting a dissertation topic, and how it's the research is effectuated, analyzed, and written up. All of that as a kind of guide and helper to the original research that our PhD students are expected to do. MPH students is a lesser task. They, in general, write theses, which are, to some degree, a little bit of original research, or review of medical, epidemiologic, public health topics. And the postdocs is even a little bit less because they are generally fairly independent, starting new research careers. And so it's more of a collegial, kind of a more personal, collegial kind of relationship of guidance.
How many generations of epidemiologists have you helped train?
At least 2, maybe 3, could even be more. I haven't kept track of my lineage, so to speak.
I'm looking on page 3, service activity, grant review panels. These grant review panels, can you just explain what they are?
In general, a majority of them are from NIH, that one serves as a reviewer of submitted grants. And it used to be that we met in person to hash out the pros and cons of all the grants and rate them, score them, and so on. Then it became by Zoom. Even before COVID, we were doing it by Zoom, where investigators would submit research grants. Sometimes they maybe mostly they were individually submitted by investigators on their own ideas. Sometimes NIH would put out a request for grants on a particular topic that they wanted to see investigated, and people would respond to that. And these types of grant applications would come to, there's more than 50 NIH committees on all sorts of medical public health topics. And I was involved usually in the chronic disease epidemiology, genetics, public health topics, some infectious diseases involved in that. But by and large, it was looking at chronic conditions with respect to different kinds of exposures. And so we would argue the pluses and minuses of the grants, score them, not make decisions, because that wasn't our job. That goes to higher up at NIH. And then the private funding agencies convened grant reviewers in the same sort of way, and they were kind of modeled after the NIH model of how grants are reviewed.
Okay. And now how long have you been doing that kind of review, Dr. Reich?
Longer than I can remember, I think. Decades.
Below that, we see journal editor, and it says you're a member of the board of editors of the American Journal of Epidemiology from 2014 to 2020.
Yes.
As well as associate editor for the Journal of the National Cancer Institute.
Yes, still
Is that ongoing?
Yes, that's ongoing. I'm still an editor.
And then I see that journal referee, and there are 2.5 pages. What is a journal referee?
Maybe the referee isn't the best term. A journal reviewer of manuscripts from those journals, starting on the dates listed, and some of them continuing to the present.
So you have been a reviewer for the Canadian Medical Association, the British Journal of Cancer, the Annals of Oncology, as well as the New England Journal of Medicine.
Yes.
Briefly, what does a reviewer do?
A reviewer is supposed to read and think about submitted manuscripts and decide whether they are publishable quality for the particular journal and of sufficient interest for the readership of the journal. And if there are criticisms that would make a manuscript that might be publishable but isn't quite in its present state, to suggest issues that could be fixed for the authors to consider and respond to, as to whether they agree with those changes and make them, or disagree and justify why they disagree. And so it's our job to both improve papers and to make recommendations for their publication.
With respect to New England Journal of Medicine, you have a date of 2017. What was your review, if you can recall, for them?
It would be difficult. There's 60 journals there, and I've done numerous reviews for each journal, so it's a little hard to recall which was which.
So while we're talking about the New England Journal of Medicine, Dr. Faust referred to high quality journals, and he referred to the journal, New England Journal of Medicine. Is the New England Journal of Medicine a high quality journal?
I don't look at whether the journals are high quality. One could look at how often the journals are read, how often the papers are of interest to large readerships. And I think those are the salient factors as to whether a journal is a desirable journal. For example, the Journal of the National Cancer Institute is a very high quality journal, but I don't look at it that way. I look at it as one that provides an important service to the research community. And so whether one relies on a journal for the standards of its review, I'm a much more independent kind of person, that I review papers myself, no matter what's published in whatever journal, to decide on whether I think it's a valid study and how good it is.
Now, are the journals selective in what they publish and they don't publish?
Yes, very selective. I'd say that the journals with high visibility tend to be more selective because they can. Journals many times reject perfectly publishable papers because they think they won't get enough attention from the topic being addressed. And one sees this most with what I call no journal will publish the second paper of anything, meaning that the first time you publish a paper with evidence supporting your assertions, that becomes of public interest, scientific interest, and journals get attention. And so they readily publish reasonably quality studies on that basis. And you come along with your second study proving or supporting the assertion of the first one, and journals say ho-hum and don't want to publish it because they think it's less newsworthy, even though that's exactly how science is done, because one study virtually never proves anything. Studies must be repeated in order to understand them, basically.
In the world of big journals, is there an interrelationship with big pharma? In other words, the drug manufacturers of the world?
In my opinion, pharma spends a lot of advertising money in medical and clinical journals. And that advertising, just as it does in lay media, creates a dependency on that revenue for the journal. Many journals make very little money on the publication process. In fact, some of them are negative even on the publication process, but they make it up in other ways by advertising. And so they're stuck with having to follow the demands or requests or whatever of their funders, the advertisers, lest they lose that advertising budget and not have enough to pay the editor-in-chief, the staff, and so on to complete the journal functions.
We're going to talk about that a bit more later. My question, in the field of epidemiology, is the influence or role of big pharma the same it is in the medical journals?
I'd say it's less. That in epidemiology, we have a lot more of science for its own sake, so to speak, rather than clinical topics of instant application. And so we have a bit less of a degree of advertising by pharma. There's some, but I think by and large, we are protected a little bit from that.
I want to go to your peer-reviewed research publications, which begin at the bottom of page 5. And I think they go all the way to page 81.
And there's probably another 5 or 10 that I haven't even put in there yet because they keep coming out. So,
how many peer-reviewed papers have you published?
Original scientific research publications, more than 400, I believe.
And do you know how many times these papers have been cited?
I believe it's close to 50,000, just shy of 50,000 by other scientific papers.
So 50,000 cites by other scientific papers in the field of epidemiology. What does that mean about a researcher's work such as yours?
Well, this is essentially tooting my own horn is basically I'm internationally known in cancer epidemiology, have been for some time. And it's established by all those people thinking that my work is worth citing for the relevance of their papers.
I want to go to page 8 of your CV, licensee exhibit 151D. Let me take that back. I want to go to page 10. There's a study, author McCullough, the third study listed, published in the American Journal of Medicine in 2021. Were you an author of that study?
Yes.
And who is Peter McCullough?
Peter McCullough is a cardiologist colleague previously from Baylor. I think he's now in private practice.
And I want to go to publication in 2020, which appears on page 12 of your CV. Peter McCullough is the lead author. It's entitled Multifaceted, Highly Targeted Sequential Multi-Drug Treatment of Early Ambulatory High-Risk SARS-CoV-2 to infection. Were you a co-author of that work?
Yes.
How many co-authors were there?
One of them had some 50 co-authors. I think the other paper that was similar had 20 or 25.
What does the number of co-authors indicate, if anything?
Well, in theory, co-authors are supposed to provide intellectual contribution to the paper, including discussion, revision, could be roles in development of the data, development of the principles, some intellectual contribution to the material being presented.
And can you just give me a brief summary of what this paper said with respect to the use of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin for the treatment of COVID-19?
Yes, this paper described treatment protocols, including both medications for choice by clinicians to use in early outpatient COVID care, generally starting within the first 5 or 6 days, as being both effective in reducing risk of hospitalization and mortality and safe for usage in COVID patients. And in fact, as was discussed earlier, it's safe for use in pregnant women, in children, infants, elderly, people with chronic conditions, and so on.
Now that you mentioned a pregnant woman, is hydroxychloroquine safe to be prescribed to pregnant women?
In general, yes.
Okay. Is that set forth in the CDC website with respect to hydroxychloroquine?
Yes.
This particular study by Peter McCullough and you and others is marked Licensee Exhibit 50. Dr. Faust set the standard in his testimony of whether or not a prudent clinician could reasonably rely on particular information. My question is, could a practitioner, clinician reasonably rely upon both the 2020 publication by McCullough, Licensee Exhibit 50, and the 2021 publication by McCullough, Licensee Exhibit 51?
So in my opinion, as an epidemiologist studying the matters of COVID and my previous career, I'd say yes, that these were appropriate, what would be called under normal circumstances, reasonable standard of care based on scientific evidence positions that were maintained by Dr. McCullough in the 2 papers.
We've talked briefly about your publication in the American Journal of Epidemiology. I believe it was published May 27th, 2020, which dealt with early outpatient treatment of symptomatic high-risk COVID-19 patients that should be ramped up immediately as a key to the pandemic crisis. First, why did you reach that conclusion?
The major reasons were that the 5 studies that were available at that time that bore on the question of hospitalization and mortality were all uniform in showing degrees of benefit, that the safety profile of this medication was enormous, and therefore that in the situation of an emergency, when there's no opportunity cost, when there are not as yet other treatments and other approaches, for example, in that era through much of 2020, patients were being sent home and said, just wait, and when you can't breathe, go to the hospital. They were not offered any therapy other than a little bit of symptom relief by Tylenol or something. In the context, there's no opportunity cost, so there was nothing that would be avoided yet by prescribing these medications. And since the medications were undoubtedly safe by their 60+ year history worldwide, that the risk-benefit trade-off then was positive because of having essentially almost zero risk. And some, whatever it turned out to be when we quantified the benefit, some evidence of benefit, and therefore that made the risk benefit equation on the benefit side. And until monoclonal antibodies and other potential medications were identified, made generally available, this was our first line of a reasonable first line approach.
Now, I note that hydroxychloroquine was generally not prescribed alone, but was prescribed with other medications, one of which was erythromycin.
Azithromycin, yes.
What epidemiologically, or from a drug treatment perspective, why is that? Why is hydroxychloroquine combined with another agent?
We've learned that viral illnesses are relatively more difficult to treat, say, than bacterial illnesses. That, for example, in AIDS, there isn't just one particular drug that controls AIDS, that it takes two or more antivirals to really clobber the virus. And I think that respiratory viruses, so far, we're seeing the same thing, that the mechanism of action of hydroxychloroquine, there are probably multiple different pathways that are involved, but one of them appears to be that the zinc ion seems to disable the replication enzyme of the virus. But the challenge is to get the zinc into cells, and hydroxychloroquine does that. It opens a pore to get the zinc into cells. This was the recipe that was worked out by Dr. Zelenko based on evidence from Korea and other places on the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine along with zinc and the antibiotics was his empirical observation.
So I want to ask you a question. Your title of this paper, Early Outpatient Treatment of Symptomatic High-Risk COVID-19 Patients. And the papers that you have prepared and provided and we've marked as exhibits deal with that same target population. Why is that the target population?
Well, in the time of a pandemic emergency, the first outcome of concern is dying from the infection. And so that is the big ticket item to prevent mortality. Backing down from that, the most likely contributor to mortality is being hospitalized because your disease has progressed to the point where it can't be managed at home. So those are the two big ticket items. Now, we've learned more in the intervening years that the potential of long COVID to be a condition needing care is also a potential object of study. But for the time when all of this work was done, the major outcomes of relevance was hospitalization and mortality. In that context, I think people are much less concerned with whether a medication makes their symptoms a day longer or a day shorter. The disease is unpleasant. The outpatient disease is decidedly unpleasant. But the big ticket item is whether people survive. And so that is what's on people's mind, and that's what we needed to focus on.
So you specifically target high-risk patients. Why not study low-risk patients?
Well, for two reasons. First of all, low-risk patients generally manage to deal with the infection and get it behind them without much intervention. And so therefore, low-risk patients didn't really need treatment, except in rare cases where they decompensated, where their breathing became labored and their oxygenation started to decline. And that's the case when more urgent intervention is needed, but very few low-risk patients get to that point. And so the focus was on people at higher risk. So elderly people or people with comorbidities, such as obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, chronic kidney disease, immunocompromised, cancer history, and so on, metabolic syndrome. Those are people who are at much higher risk of the viral illness progressing from an acute respiratory flu-like illness to a severe pneumonia that lands them in the hospital. And the pneumonia is a completely separate disease requiring different approach to treatment than outpatient care, and so our job was to prevent the pneumonia from happening in the first place.
Another peer-reviewed paper appears on page 16 of your CV. Zente Fonseca.
Yes.
Are you a co-author of that study?
Yes.
Could you explain where the study where it took place and what it was intended to study?
So this was a study of usage of 5 or 6 outpatient medications: hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, the steroid prednisone, nitazoxanide. I think there's one more in there, in Brazil. And it was done in the Hapvida HMO, which has some 6 million or more clients spread across a number of states of Brazil, including in the northern part of Brazil near the Amazon region. And the Hapvida medical staff had started a program for their physicians who were seeing symptomatic patients with COVID to select from these medications any, none, all, whatever they thought was relevant to treat patients, outpatients, as they presented. And so they were meticulously collecting information about the patients in the medical records, as well as the treatment programs that they put patients on, and following up the patients. And so they came to me and said, Dr. Risch, we've seen your work in looking at hydroxychloroquine, and we think our study, before they had any results, we think our study would bear on that. Would you be willing to help us understand it, design it, analyze it, and so on? I said yes. And so I collaborated with them, worked on the data that they sent me, made sense of it. We had information on comorbidities of those patients and age and so on that we could adjust for.
Let me stop you here. Age. The high-risk patient generally in the States is 60 or over. What was the high-risk patient in Brazil?
Well, I don't take an exact age cutoff. I view that there's a continuum of risk going from exceedingly low in children, going to what I'll call appreciable in elderly over age 80 or 85. And in Brazil, near the Amazon region, with a large indigenous population who had poor health care and for whatever reason, or health quality, even members of the HMO, that my colleagues there felt that age 40 was the start of the range of putting people at higher risk. And so they wanted to include people from age 40 and up. So
what was, I'll use primary outcome, correct me if I'm wrong, with respect to the use of outpatient hydroxychloroquine?
Usage of hydroxychloroquine by itself cut risk of hospitalization by about 50%. We also found the use of prednisone starting on day 6 of symptoms cut the risk of hospitalization by half, and use of the 2 medications together cut the risk of hospitalization by 60%. There was not really enough information to look at mortality in the study. We only had 700 or so patients in total, so we didn't have enough to look at that outcome.
So when you say it cut the hospitalization by half, what does that mean?
It means compared to not taking any of the medications, taking hydroxychloroquine, adjusted for all those comorbidities and age and so on, cut the risk of being hospitalized by half, by 50%.
Is that a statistically significant number in the world of epidemiology?
Yes, it was in this study.
Okay. And the study was published in Travel Medicine and Infectious Diseases?
Yes.
Okay. I want to skip ahead from the other 396 publications and go to page 78. have you published chapters in books?
A few.
And just quickly tell us a couple of those.
Well, I think those have been mostly cancer related and were probably from a long time ago.
Okay. Have you also been involved in scholarly presentations and workshops?
Yes.
One that caught my attention was legal consideration for the status of the COVID emergency and why emergency no longer exists. That was in March of 2022.
Yes.
Who was that presented to?
I think that it's written there in my CV, so you could remind me. I don't recall offhand.
In the same month, there was a workshop or presentation, early treatment for COVID-19 and trials to suppress them.
Right, but I think I say where the location is with each of those presentations.
Okay, what was the substantive content of the trials to suppress them?
Well, so this is a different topic than why the pandemic emergency was over by March of 2022. The hydroxychloroquine literature got rapidly filled up after my paper showing the benefit and lack of harm from May of 2020. Literature rapidly filled up with pile-on studies claiming to show lack of efficacy of hydroxychloroquine. And essentially, all of these negative studies were either fatally flawed or did not deal with outpatient use. They dealt with hospital patients. And you can't study the risk of hospitalization by looking at hospitalized patients. You have to look at outpatients. And so that was the whole point of a medication that works for the flu-like illness has no relationship one way or the other to treating the hospital respiratory distress pneumonia, which is a different illness needing different treatments and different management. And so these papers were flooding the lay airwaves, so to speak, trying to assert that hydroxychloroquine, quote, didn't work, when what was being said about how it didn't work was smeared or omitted, because all of the papers that actually look at outpatient use and the outcomes of hospitalization and mortality show benefit. And there's been more papers since my May 2020 paper. There's 9 or 10 of them now. And all of those studies, all controlled studies, all show substantial benefit. So at the same time, these other studies, some of them randomized trials, some of them group randomized studies, and so on, were being published in an attempt to refute the message that hydroxychloroquine works for the outcomes that I've mentioned and the use that I've mentioned, but did not hold up to the conditions that were being described, meaning in outpatient use starting in the first few days of symptoms and for the outcomes of hospitalization and mortality. They would look at things like days with symptoms or viral presence in sequential nasal epithelial testing and things like that are of pretty low importance compared to people dying from this illness.
Dr. Faust, in his testimony, referred to Board Exhibit 3227, a journal article published in the New England Journal of Medicine, a randomized trial of hydroxychloroquine as post-exposure prophylaxis for COVID-19. The lead author is Dr. Boulware, Boulware. And my question to you, Dr. Reich, is does this study deal with the population that you have identified, outpatient, high-risk individuals being treated for COVID-19?
Well, to a certain degree, but it deals with, they're not really high risk. The average age of these, the people in the study were, I think, in low 40s or something like that, or maybe middle 40s. which in the United States is not generally in the high risk group. But the main problem with invoking that study for evaluating hydroxychloroquine is its outcome is not hospitalization and mortality. Its outcome was getting COVID. And I'm not asserting that hydroxychloroquine was useful for preventing getting infected after supposed exposure to the virus. I'm asserting that it's beneficial for preventing hospitalization and mortality. So that study is irrelevant.
Okay, so I'm looking at page 522 of Exhibit 3227, and it has the demographic and clinical characteristics of the participants, and the median age was 41. And am I correct that that's a different population?
Well, it's too low to be considered high risk. And the other thing about you looking at low risk patients in any kind of study is because they're low risk, they don't have the outcomes of interest. If the risk is based on, are they really at risk for hospitalization and mortality? If they're low risk, then they're not at risk for that. So you don't have the outcomes in the study. So you don't get enough statistical information to actually say something from your study.
So the other study relied upon by Dr. Faust was Board Exhibit 3228, also a New England Journal of Medicine article, effect of hydroxychloroquine in hospitalized patients with COVID-19. Is that a relevant study for any of the work that I've asked you to do, which is licensee Exhibit 151B, which involved hydroxychloroquine?
So the answer to that is also no, it is not relevant. It does not deal
Why is it
with
not
outpatient
relevant?
use. It doesn't deal with outpatient use.
There was, in January of 22, you did a workshop on the war against early COVID treatment. And it indicates that this was a presentation to the United States Senate.
Yes.
And give us a thumbnail of the presentation, Dr. Reich.
Well, I was invited by Senator Johnson to talk to present in the Senate with other colleagues on that topic and the issues that we've been discussing, which is when I and colleagues say that hydroxychloroquine is safe and useful in treating early outpatients for COVID, and then all these other studies are saying, no, it doesn't work in hospitalized patients. There's this logical disconnect with irrelevance for what they're saying. I don't really care for my thesis whether or not it works in hospitalized patients. It'd be nice if it did, and I have colleagues who say that it does, but that is not the point that I've been making, nor is it relevant for whether you treat outpatients with hydroxychloroquine.
Okay, now, I asked you to prepare a paper on the use of hydroxychloroquine with respect to high-risk outpatient treatment with endpoints of hospitalization and mortality, correct?
Yes.
And you have done that, and we've marked that licensee Exhibit 151B.
Well, almost. So this paper, as you can see, has a date of I think it's June 2021. And that paper was posted on a website that I've been involved with, earlycovidcare.org. This is not a clinical care website. It was only an informational website. And so there's no financial or economic considerations in this. And it was posted there just to provide information to that time point about all of the studies that I could find that bore on the question of efficacy and safety of hydroxychloroquine when used in early outpatients. And it was basically an update of the American Journal of Epidemiology paper that I had published earlier in 2020.
Now, you've been retained to evaluate these topics, both hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. What is your hourly rate, Dr. Reich?
$600 per hour.
And how much have you billed the firm to date?
I billed, I think, somewhere around 22,000.
And that's for 3 papers, 151A, 151B, and 151C.
Well, it's really mostly the 2 ivermectin papers because, as I said, this paper was out there already.
Yeah, thank you. Now, before we go to the papers themselves, I want to begin with, what is epidemiology?
Well, this is a very good question that many people have trouble understanding. I would say the epidemiology has 2 facets. One is what people normally think of as descriptive epidemiology, which is person, place, and time, writing, describing the observations of cases and infections and diseases and outcomes and so on. But for me, what's scientific about epidemiology is not that. Scientific aspect of epidemiology is drawing analytic conclusions about relationships between exposures and outcomes. And because in epidemiology, we're rarely, if ever, able to study an entire population and an entire disease and an entire group of people using a medication or taking a vaccine and so on, we have to sample from all of those groups. And the essence is drawing representative and generalizable conclusions from our sampled individuals toward a disease as a whole and toward a medication as a whole and applying to a population as a whole. And so that representativeness and generalizability are the crucial aspects of epidemiology, what we agonize over day in, day out, bias and confounding, in order to make valid generalizations about the samples that we study.
So we have an association and an outcome, and the sample needs to be representative of a larger group so that you can generalize the outcomes to a larger population.
Objection leading.
Can I respond?
So hold on. Attorney Libby, you want to respond to that?
I was just trying to summarize what Dr. Reich's testimony was.
And in so doing, is leading the witness to the desired answer.
Okay. Dr. Reich, do you agree with Attorney Libby's summary of your testimony?
I think I'd rather just restate it in my terms. Is that all right?
Okay, why don't you go ahead and do that? That's helpful. Thank you.
So the essence, as I said, is we don't want to just pick a haphazard collection of patients and then say that we've studied this drug and it works in the disease as a whole. We need to know that those patients are a random or objective representative sample of the disease in order to make assertions about the disease. And so that's the essence of the quality of our science, is being able to make representative, objective statements about a disease, about how a drug works.
And do you look at beneficial outcomes as well as potential harmful outcomes?
We can.
And are randomized control trials a study methodology or mechanism that is readily available in making the decisions in epidemiology about the relationships?
They are used. They form one study design among 3 or 4 main study designs.
Okay. Now, Dr. Faust referred to randomization as the gold standard. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
Do you agree?
Only when the number of people randomized is so large that the randomization has worked.
You had to explain this to me, and I'm going to ask you to explain it to the board. First of all, what is the purpose of randomization in a randomized control trial?
The purpose of randomization is to make everything the same between the treated subjects and the control subjects, except for the fact of treatment.
In a non-randomized control trial, how do you control for those variables that may influence the study?
The goal is to measure everything that you think relevant for understanding how the treated and untreated patients might differ, and then control or adjust for all of those measured factors.
Okay. And explain, please, to the board what confounding is.
Well, confounding is a problem when you think you have an association between some exposure and an outcome, but it turns out that there's some third factor that's really biasing the relationship you've observed. So, for example, the best example I know of this is alcohol drinking and risk of lung cancer. If you just look at the relationship, do a case control study or another kind of study looking at alcohol use and people who get lung cancer, you'll see a positive association. However, it turns out that people who drink alcohol are more likely to smoke tobacco, cigarettes, and the tobacco smoking is the much more important cause of the lung cancer. Once you control for the cigarette smoking, the relationship with alcohol use gets smaller, goes away. And so that's the
how do you control for alcohol use, Dr. Reich?
Well, there's two ways. One is that you can look separately among smokers and non-smokers. So if you look only among smokers to see whether they've drunk alcohol or not, you get one thing. And if you look only in non-smokers to see if they've drunk alcohol use, you get another. And so everybody is there matched on their smoking to the degree that smoking is just an all or nothing kind of exposure. But a second way that we use more frequently is in regression analyses. We're able to put the measurement of this, like the amount of smoking, when the smoking occurred, whether it's still occurring, and so on, all into adjustment to affect the relationship between smoking and lung cancer, say. And therefore, when we put alcohol into the same model, the effect of smoking has been controlled to the degree that the smoking variable is measured well and modeled well.
We've been talking about epidemiology, and I want to talk a little bit about science. You wrote a paper in Brownstone, November 26, 2022. The title of the paper was "Plausibility, but Not Science, Has Dominated Public Discussion of the COVID-19 Pandemic."
Yes.
And in the paper, you described science as the essential dialectic of science is arguing, questioning, debating. Without debate, science is nothing more than propaganda.
Attorney Libby, sorry if I missed it. Do you have a page reference for that?
Do I have a page reference for that?
Exhibit, are we still in the same exhibit?
No, we're in a different exhibit. I could go back and get it.
Do you know what exhibit number it is?
Yeah, it's the one that is, no, not off the top of my head.
Okay, this is not something that's in his resume. This is a separate article.
No, yes. Separate.
Okay. And do you know if it's in the subfolder for his exhibits?
No, I'm just asking him right now basically about his views on science. And my next question is, how does science occur?
Science occurs by formulating theories about how nature works. And then that's the plausibility part. And then testing those theories, examining those theories by carrying out experimental or observational studies that provide evidence to support or refute the theories. And then that process is repeated.
So why did you conclude that what's been happening with hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin is plausibility and not science?
Well, my conclusion was much larger than that, that a lot of the messaging that we've received over the course of the pandemic has been theories that seem plausible. For example, standing 6 feet apart would somehow reduce transmission of the infection, but they haven't been tested empirically to know whether those theories are valid or not. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just saying they haven't received adequate testing to establish them as scientific facts, only as plausible theories. And so that occurred in numerous aspects of the pandemic management, but including the ideas of whether hydroxychloroquine works or not, without saying what it works for, that there were various opinions put out reported in lay media and so on, saying, oh, well, multiple studies show that hydroxychloroquine doesn't work, but it wouldn't say that it didn't work in hospitalized patients, and that was irrelevant for what we were asserting its beneficial use was for, and so on. So this was all a mixed bag of information that one had to sort out to see what was actually scientific or potentially scientific, and which was just theoretical representations of things that really had no empirical evidence to support them.
Are you familiar with evidence-based medicine?
Yes.
Dr. Faust used that term a number of times. What is it?
Well, this was a term that was coined by Gordon Guyatt, who is a biostatistician, epidemiologist, I guess, at McMaster University in Hamilton, Canada, Ontario, and it was based on ideas from the clinical epidemiologist David Sackett, who asserted two things: that medicine before 1991 had not been based on science. Okay, we could debate that if you like. And that from that point on, medical evidence needed to be constrained to evidential bases that were essentially proofs, in his mind, of the evidence. And he did this by defining randomized controlled trials as what you've referred to and others as a gold standard of evidence. And I've taken some issue with that assertion, again, on the assertion of what randomization actually does in the real world.
Does randomization control for confounding?
It can.
It can, so it has that potential. But how do we know if it's been controlled? Do we know that by how the sample is selected?
Not really. The sample selection goes to whether the patients are generalizable to a whole population with a disease, say, or something, but doesn't go to the internal consistency of whether the treated and untreated people are the same, except for the treatment. That factor is dealt with by the randomization. But the randomization, as I said before, has to be large. The numbers have to be large so that the numbers of events that occur, the outcomes in the trial, are large, more than 50, more than 100, say, in each of the outcome groups. And why is that? If you think of, for example, flipping a coin 10 times, you're very likely to get 7 heads and 3 tails, or vice versa, by chance. Now, 7 heads and 3 tails is more than a twofold difference in heads and tails. That happens by chance, but the problem is that a twofold difference is a potential confounder. Think about, a medication that reduces risk of mortality by 25%. That would be important to know clinically. Well, something that doubles the confounder, the smoking part of the Alcohol and Lung Cancer Association, if that's a factor of 2, you can wipe out the effect you're trying to look at because of the confounding. And so if you've got a small number of people who've been randomized so that you only say 10 and you get 7 heads and 3 tails, that can happen by chance as a more than a twofold bias. On the other hand, if you flip a coin 100 times, the chance of getting 70 heads and 30 tails or more is minuscule. That rarely happens. It's like 0.0002 or something like that. Rarely happens. So getting confounding still present in a large sample goes to zero quickly by randomization, but in a small sample doesn't. And so the problem is that even though a study like the original vaccine studies had 44,000 people, 22,000 in each arm, that when the outcomes are small, so there were, I think the original Pfizer vaccine had 162 outcomes in infections in the placebo group and 8 in the vaccinated group, that 8 is not big enough to be randomized. And so we don't know that confounding wasn't present in that study. The whole point of randomization is to prove that there's no confounding present.
Let me stop you there. How do we know there's no confounding in the Pfizer study when there are only 8 outcomes? How many outcomes do you need?
In general, my feeling is you need at least 50 in each treatment group.
And why do you need 50 outcomes, Dr. Reich?
Because that's when you start to get this point that, as I said, in 100 people, 70 heads and 30 tails just does not happen by chance. In 10 people, 7 heads and 3 tails does happen by chance.
So another way to say that is that this outcome of 8 could have occurred by chance.
Objection leading.
So
So hold on, Dr. Risch, when there's an objection, please wait for me to
Sorry.
respond and make a ruling. That's okay. Attorney Libby, you want to respond?
Sure. Let me just rephrase the question.
Okay, thank you.
The number of 8 outcomes, could that occur by chance?
Well, the 8 didn't occur by chance, but who those 8 people are could have occurred by chance. So for example, those 8 could have been all or mostly males, whereas the 162 might be half males and half females. And then how do we know that male gender didn't bias who got the outcomes? We don't know that because who those 8 people weren't described.
So let me just ask you this about evidence-based medicine. Are you an adherent to evidence-based medicine?
I'm an adherent to all evidence-based reasoning.
When you say all evidence, you're not saying I'm just going to choose the best evidence?
Correct.
Is the distinction between what is high quality and what is low quality? How is that determination made? Dr. Nass, Dr. Faust referred to it a number of times.
Well, to some degree, it's subjective, and to some degree, there are recipes for this. So there are frameworks for checkboxes about, did a study have controls? Did it have objective measurement of its exposures and things like that? There are also what I would call scientifically bigoted things like, was it a case control study as opposed to a randomized trial, which is irrelevant for evaluating study quality, but it's in some of those rubrics. And so the rubrics give you a score that the rubrics claim has value in judging the evidential quality of the study. I assert that adjusting for those scores provides no benefit, and there have been papers published to show that adjusting for those scores provides no benefit in accuracy of the summary results of studies and only adds noise. And for that reason, doesn't provide a benefit in reviewing evidence. And this idea of taking on all valid evidence goes back to at least Sir Austin Bradford Hill in 1965 in his seminal paper on how to draw causal conclusions from observational evidence and all forms of evidence that bear on the causal question.
While you're mentioning benefit, I just want to do a segue, Dr. Reich. Are you familiar with off-label prescribing?
Yes.
Is it legal in the United States?
Yes.
When Dr. Nass prescribed hydroxychloroquine to patient 2 and patient 3, did she have the discretion to do that under the standard of care applicable at the time?
That's my understanding, although we've heard a discussion of what was the standard of care, but it's certainly within the realm of appropriate choices for physicians and patients to make, in my opinion.
Now, I'm going to ask you to comment on this statement made in Board Exhibit 32, page 2106, top paragraph, last sentence. Are you with me, Tim?
I don't see that yet. Hold on.
Sure. Page 2106. Top of the page. Third line from the top.
Yeah, go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. Quote, however, Dr. Faust writes, however, because hydroxychloroquine has been shown in randomized trials to be ineffective in treating SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19, exposing a patient to that particular therapy presents only the possibility of harm without the possibility of meaningful benefit. Is that a correct conclusion from all of the research, epidemiological research available to the clinician to answer this question?
No, it has an incorrect premise in the first place.
What's the incorrect premise?
That the randomized trials of the usage that was being employed by Dr. Nass, and which I've asserted in early outpatient usage, have shown no relationship of benefit, have not shown benefit. The randomized trials were largely done in hospital setting or in low-risk people, which had virtually no outcomes of hospitalization and mortality. And so the studies that Dr. Faust was presumably referring to are ones that essentially don't bear on the question at hand and are uninformative, and on that basis cannot be considered high quality studies. An uninformative study is not a high quality study. It might be high quality the way you think you carry it out, but if it's meaningless for what you're studying, it's not a high quality study.
So he writes about possibility of harm without the possibility of meaningful benefit. Do you recognize that off-label prescribing is common practice in this country?
Yes.
And it's a legal practice, correct?
It's legal.
And is it a burden that the clinician bears to show the possibility of meaningful benefit?
I think to some degree, yes, but it's not a formality. One doesn't have to write a report every time one does that.
So, well, let's take the standard doctor who's using an antidepressant for which the medication has been licensed, but is using it for an off-label purpose, say arthritis or some other malady. At the time the physician makes that off-label use, does he have to go demonstrate the efficacy of that prescription to the patient off-label?
Well, not exactly. I think that physicians who've been using medications for some period of time and have experience and have seen the success and safety from their clinical experience rely on their clinical experience. They also rely on their colleagues' clinical experience that they've talked to about these kinds of issues. So I think that medical evidence is wider than just published papers and randomized trials. And this is what we were saying before, that physicians, and in fact, evidence-based medicine says for its other half of its evidence base, the best clinical experience, but it never actually defines that, because the best clinical experience would be clinicians who all get together and pool their clinical experience into some coherent representative kind of data. And I don't know that that's been done very much. I'm not talking about carrying out randomized trials and pulling that. I'm talking about doctors who've seen thousands of patients and see that things work, even if they don't have an exact molecular or epidemiologic database to support that, but they've gathered a large clinical repertoire, and that's how they, in consultation with their colleagues, establish clinical utility. And I think that's perfectly valid.
One other thing before we look at exhibit your actual brief, Dr. Faust kept stating that what you did was not a meta-analysis. My question to you is, what is your response to that?
Well, he's wrong. He's conflated the idea of writing a scientific paper with writing a brief for a lay audience, or a kind of a halfway knowledgeable audience, epidemiologically speaking. So he asserted, if I recall correctly, that I didn't have a page with a flow chart of how I selected the studies, and I didn't list criteria for that. And it's very apparent from all three of the reviews that I gathered every possible study that could possibly bear on the question as widely as I could find. And I'm happy to address what sources I used to find those studies, but I entertained absolutely everything I could find and only omitted studies that were fatally flawed or not bearing on the topic, the questions that we were addressing of hospitalization and mortality and outpatients and so on.
Is that a typical accepted epidemiological practice, to look at studies that may be relevant to your research area and exclude the ones that have an identified issue, either in methodology or otherwise?
Well, it's almost like differential diagnosis in epidemiology. It's you want to be overly inclusive and then figure out the validity of including all of the studies that you do include.
Okay. So let's look at exhibit 151B. And if the board could follow along, that would be helpful. This is the paper that you wrote to follow up the one in the American Journal of Epidemiology, correct?
I don't have the actual reference, so if that's the one it is, that's fine.
It's exhibit 151B.
So it's
hydroxychloroquine in early treatment of high-risk COVID-19 outpatients, efficacy and safety evidence.
okay.
So, let me just, Assistant Attorney General Steigman, do you have that exhibit at 151B, since 151 seemed to be the one that was confused earlier?
I do, thank you.
Okay. And board
So
members,
sorry.
sorry, hold on, Dr. Risch. So board members, if you don't have it there, please let me know, but if you remain muted, I'm going to assume you're all set. Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Risch.
Oh, sorry for that. I don't have the exhibit numbers for some of those things. I know which the papers are, obviously, but if you just tell me the title, then I know which one we're referring to. That'll be fine.
The title is hydroxychloroquine in early treatment of high-risk COVID-19 patients.
Okay.
And I have marked that licensee exhibit 151B.
Okay.
Now, Dr. Faust said he couldn't understand how you selected the people or the studies that you evaluated. And I want to draw your attention to your introduction, which would be page 2, the first paragraph, the last sentence.
Yes.
What does that tell the reader?
This says only studies of hydroxychloroquine in this specific application contribute relevant evidence, early outpatient use, high-risk patients, hospitalization, and mortality as endpoints. The implication there, perhaps I should have written to say what I thought was obvious, that all studies that satisfied that were being included.
Okay. The next paragraph you reference RCTs, randomized control trials, and you write in reductio ab absurdum, some licensing and approval bodies have made policies to include only evidence from RCTs. However, it is well known that RCTs are generally designed according to statistical power for detecting magnitude of association of the primary endpoint, not for limiting imbalanced proportions in the treatment arms residual to randomization, and that they are subject to many other potential flaws and are easily intentionally distorted and subverted in practice. Now, you cite Frieden. Who is Frieden?
Tom Frieden was the director of the CDC for some years. Forgotten exactly when, but one of the big.
Did he publish a paper in 2017 which essentially said that RCTs can be easily distorted?
Yes. Well, I think if I could just elaborate,
Sure.
I think he was saying that in that paper that RCTs only comprise one form of evidence, and that again, other forms of valid evidence need to be entertained, and some summary judgment about the whole collection of evidence is how one gets to conclusions about things.
So at the very end of that same paragraph, you refer to the definitive Cochrane Library meta-analysis of what includes tens of thousands of individual studies, demonstrates that standard adjusted modern non-randomized trials show virtually identical results to their randomized counterparts. And you cite Engelmeyer. Who is Engelmeyer?
Engelmeyer was or is, but anyway, first author of this paper that was commissioned by the Cochrane Library Commission, which is a clinical trials organization in the UK, to look at differences between randomized controlled trials and non-randomized but controlled trials, looking at the same exposures and same outcomes. And so they did a literature search and review that found 11 meta-analysis papers where each of those papers had compared randomized to non-randomized but controlled trials. And so it's a meta-analysis of meta-analyses. And in their final results, they show that on average, these non-randomized but controlled studies in what I call the modern era, meaning after 1990, say, provide an average result that differs from the randomized trials by only 8%. The number 8%. That's a very small difference, epidemiologically speaking. And the reason that I say in the modern era, because the original criticism of non-randomized trials is that they didn't measure enough to know whether they were biased enough. And that was true in the 1960s and 70s, perhaps. But over the decades, we've learned a lot more about the common chronic diseases that we study. And so we know a lot more about what to measure. And so a lot more things are measured in the modern era of modern studies. And so they're all adjusted for, leaving much less of likely potential confounding that isn't adequately controlled in non-randomized studies. And for that reason, we see the convergence of the two kinds of studies on very close magnitude of the average result being almost the same.
Now, and the observational studies are essentially the non-RCT studies, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So on page 3 of your paper on early hydroxychloroquine use, you review 7 studies and you conclude they are not not relevant for further discussion.
Yes.
And each of those studies, you include your reasoning or analysis why those studies aren't relevant.
Correct.
and I'm not going to go through all 7. I'm going to go to page 6. It's section B, outpatient studies bearing on hospitalization or mortality risk with early hydroxychloroquine plus use in high-risk COVID-19 patients. What does the plus mean, Dr. Reich?
Well, various of these studies didn't just look at hydroxychloroquine versus placebo or versus on treatment. They looked at hydroxychloroquine with zinc or with azithromycin or with steroids or with montelukast, or I forget exactly. The different studies had different accompanying medications and supplements. And it would be impossible to try to piece out the differences in all of those additions. But so the best one can do is just to admit the studies that are based on hydroxychloroquine regimens. And I think I note in my meta-analysis funnel graph what the studies actually looked at in parentheses.
Okay. I want to turn to it's page 11. I understand it's not numbered, but this is the so-called forest plots.
Yes, I've referred to them as funnel plots because you'll see they're not in alphabetical order in the plots.
Yeah.
And they're not in any other apparent order, but there is an order. And the order is the size of the boxes. The boxes go from small to large. And really what's the order is the width of the confidence limits, the horizontal lines, and this starting from wide to narrow.
Okay, let me start at the beginning.
Okay.
I'm looking at figure 1, outpatient hydroxychloroquine-based treatments and risk of COVID-19 hospitalization. What does the 1 at the bottom represent?
Well, the x-axis, the line at the bottom, represents the range of possible relative risks for each of the studies, where the 1.0 means no benefit and no risk. That's the null result.
And going to the top, the right-hand column, it says OR. What is OR?
OR is odds ratio, which
what does that mean?
Which is it's like the relative risk, except it deals with odds in favor or against rather than risk in favor or against. In general, epidemiologists in case control studies calculate odds ratios. There are circumstances when those odds ratios are approximations to relative risks. And in general, it's kind of crossing T's and dotting I's, epidemiologically speaking, to be precise about what you're using. And so by and large, I've written odds ratio. Some of these might have been a relative risk, but I think that's more or less okay. It's a kind of a minor point here.
Following OR is parenthetical, 95% CI. What does that mean?
That's the 95% confidence limit, which is a range of plausibility, of statistical plausibility, in which the data for the study are consistent with a relative risk or an odds ratio in that range. So if you think of a bell-shaped curve, the peak of the bell-shaped curve, it goes at what the odds ratio is. And then the tails go out as far for 95% of the time from what's shown in the confidence limits.
So I want to look at, you've identified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 studies that are represented in figure 1, correct?
Yes.
The first is Gianna.
Yes.
And it indicates the medications that are used. My question is, what is the horizontal line with an arrow? What does that mean?
Well, so the horizontal lines here is the range of what's in confidence limits on the far right. So each line is plotted. So the third one, Fonseca, is 0.21. So that's the left end is at 0.21. The right end is at 0.75. Now, all of these lines are symmetrical, equal on both sides of the box. But because I didn't want to make this graph go out 6 inches to the left of the page, for aesthetic values, I truncated it here at 0.1, 90% risk reduction. And so the lines that would have gone further, I just put an arrowhead to show that they go out further to the left.
And with respect to the size of the box to the right of the arrowhead, what does that mean in relation to the larger sizes of some of the studies that come after?
The size of the box is proportional to the weight that the study gets in the statistical analysis and the meta-analysis. So studies with larger numbers of subjects will generally have more statistical information and therefore have bigger boxes. And so I represent that piece of information by the size, by the area of each of the boxes.
So let's go from the size of the box down to Suleiman, which is next to the bottom.
Okay.
And if I look at the odds ratio, it says 0.57. If I look at the confidence limits, it's 0.47 to 0.69. Can you explain what that represents?
This says, so 1.0 minus the odds ratio is the benefit, the percent benefit, risk reduction. So this would be a 43% risk reduction. But it says that, plausibly speaking, by the statistical information, that could have been a 31% risk reduction at the right end here to a 53% risk reduction at the left end. And that range is, in this case, it's a white line because a black line would be underneath the box and you couldn't see it.
Attorney Libby, sorry to interrupt. We're looking for a good place for a break, so you can let me know if it's now or if you want to finish with this study.
If I can get through this figure.
Okay.
Break. So if we go to the extreme right-hand column under OR, the first number I see for Catagiani is 0.01. And the last number I see is for Mokhtari, 0.62. And those are the odds ratio of each study, correct?
Yes.
So the number 0.56, what is that?
That is the summary, the weighted average of all of these studies calculated according to the two methods of calculation, fixed effects and random effects meta-analysis. And so the 0.56, 1 minus that is 0.43 or 43% risk reduction.
So you say it's a weighted mathematical average?
Yes.
And does the weight come from the confidence limits?
Indirectly, it does.
Okay.
It comes from the size of the boxes, which come from the confidence limits.
So the appears to be a triangular box at the bottom, meta-analysis summary. What does that represent?
So the diamond here, the center part represents the 0.56, and the two side points represent the confidence limits, 0.44 on the left and 0.71 on the right.
Okay. So if you're talking to a patient or a lawyer who isn't epidemiologically schooled, how would you translate that 0.56 to the patient as to the effectiveness of hydroxychloroquine to reduce the risk of hospitalization?
My interpretation of these studies is that the summary result of this meta-analysis is a 43% reduced risk of hospitalization by use of hydroxychloroquine in these various regimens, all of which have hydroxychloroquine and some have a few other things.
Is that a statistically significant number in an epidemiological study?
Yes, it's very significant.
And the studies upon which you base your opinion are the ones that are listed, correct?
Yes, these are all controlled studies.
And when you say controlled studies, what do you mean?
It means they're all comparing medication usage described in parentheses on the left side, hydroxychloroquine plus, whatever the plus is, to untreated patients in the same study.
So another way of saying this would be that patients who were treated had a 43% less risk of hospitalization than untreated patients.
Objection leading.
So he's asking in other words. I'm fine with that question. Go ahead, attorney. Sorry, Dr. Risch.
Yes, that's my interpretation.
This would be a good time, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 2:15. Thank you.
Nash, you keep going.
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, click. We have everyone back. Attorney Libby, you can continue your questions.
Thank you. We're continuing on what I call licensee exhibit 151B, hydroxychloroquine and early treatment of high-risk COVID-19 outpatients, efficacy and safety. We're on the same page, but we're looking now at figure 2 at page 11. And figure 2 is outpatient hydroxychloroquine-based treatments and risk of COVID-19 mortality, correct?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And there are 9 studies here.
Yes.
With respect to both ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, is there a hcqmeta.com?
Yes.
And I asked Dr. Faust this question as well. Is that resource a reliable space to locate one of other or many reliable sources to locate studies of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin?
It's a good resource.
Okay. And did you use that resource when you prepared this paper?
Yes, in part.
So looking at this study, looking at the right-hand column, we have OR, that's the odds ratio.
Yes.
And the confidence limits.
Yes.
I see in this depiction that the horizontal line with respect to the first study begins to the right of the y-axis.
Correct.
Can you explain that, please?
That means its confidence limit is, in this case, upper confidence limit is 3.57, which means statistically speaking, that study is consistent with an increased risk of 3.6-fold increased risk, as well as lower risks that it also shows.
And so the next study also has the long horizontal line and the arrow, excuse me, but the odds ratio is 0.32. Can you explain that?
So that also is consistent with an increased risk as well as a decreased risk.
And when you say consistent with an increased risk and decreased risk, could you explain that, Dr. Reich?
It means that the amount of statistical information is not large enough within a range of plausibility of, say, 95% to rule out an average magnitude of benefit or risk within that range from 0.03 to 3.85. That the study does not have a lot of statistical information in it.
So let's continue to go down. There's a study that by Lai of hydroxychloroquine and erythromycin, which has an odds ratio of 0.37. That has no arrow, just a horizontal line that begins close to the y-axis and ends to the left of the dotted horizontal line. What does that mean?
So that is the range of results that it's consistent with to 95% of the time, say, is a reduced risk of 83%, that's the 0.17, up to as large as a reduced risk of only 14%, that's the 0.86.
So What is the meta-analysis summary?
The meta-analysis summary is the weighted average of all of the studies shown in the chart of an odds ratio of 0.25, which means a 75% reduced risk of mortality. And it's very statistically significant, as we know, because the points of the diamond don't come anywhere close to the vertical axis. And we see that the range, the 95% range is 0.19 to 0.34. So that's an 81% reduction in risk up to a 66% reduction in risk.
Is that, from an epidemiological standpoint, is that huge?
It's quite large.
So if I'm pronouncing this right, what is heterogeneity?
Heterogeneity is kind of like the diversity of the results across the studies. That if the studies bounce around all over the place, then there would be large heterogeneity. And if the studies all kind of represent some central tendency, some, similar values across all the studies, then the heterogeneity would be low.
Is that something that you look at, heterogeneity?
Yes.
Did you look at it with respect to both hospitalization and mortality?
Yes.
And first, with respect to hospitalization, can you tell the board your conclusions?
I'd have to refresh my mind exactly about the numbers. If I recall, there is some heterogeneity across these studies. And I think I calculated it as 60 or 70%, something like that. And what that suggests is that the studies have some differences. Now, we can see the studies have differences in the exact medications that they used, but one way of trying to understand those differences is by taking out one study at a time and seeing if anything changes. And so I did that, and basically not much changes across all of those studies. The studies are still a bit heterogeneous, which means that they just kind of form a cloud picture of the average result rather than a narrow picture of the average result. But still, their summary is extremely meaningful, as the summary result here is shown.
What's the purpose of taking out a study and looking at heterogeneity?
Well, that would be to see if any one study has particular influence on the overall result.
Okay. And did you look at heterogeneity in figure 2, mortality?
Yes.
And what were your conclusions there?
I'm pretty sure it was similar. Let me just see. I think that one of the studies had contributed more to the heterogeneity. The Million study from France was a little bit more diverse than the other studies, just by virtue of both its size and its magnitude of reduced risk, kind of combined. But again, this is not noteworthy enough to change any conclusion about the relationship of these kinds of studies. This question goes to a more fundamental question that's really more of a technical issue about whether these studies comprise the entire universe of possible studies or are repeated samples from some hypothetical study generating machine that if you wanted, you could make 3 or 4 or 10 more studies and then go include them in a further analysis. That's a conceptual issue that it turns out doesn't make any difference in the hydroxychloroquine analyses, but does in the ivermectin analysis that we'll talk about if we get there.
We will. You keep referring to magnitude. Is the size of the squares a representation of magnitude?
No, the position of the square is the magnitude. So these odds ratios say where the center of the square is positioned on the x-axis. So the size of benefit is the magnitude of benefit is what I've been referring to.
Now, in addition to the studies that are reflected in the meta-analysis, and am I correct, this is a meta-analysis?
Yes, each of these is a meta-analysis.
You also looked at case series studies, which appears on page 9 of your report. Can you tell the board what case series studies are and why you look at them?
Sure. So let me just contrast that with anecdotal studies. A study of a case of something in depth, a case report, or 2 or maybe 3, one considers to be anecdotal because one doesn't know what it really represents. But when you collect a representative or sequential series of patients, then you're sampling from all of the cases of that illness, and that's a case series. Now, a case series is not an internally controlled kind of analysis, like a case control study or a cohort study, which are controlled analyses, meaning that the controls and the cases are all in the same study. But so a case series can't tell you a precise estimate of the magnitude of benefit. But on the other hand, if you know something about the circumstances in which you live, so for example, early in 2020, we believed the mortality from COVID in high-risk patients was running over 1% and maybe 2 or 3%. And you have a case series and you study their mortality and you find that their mortality is 0.1% or something like that. It's fair to conclude that whatever is making the case series have low mortality is different than the general population of patients who are dying. And I'm not saying that one can establish the nature of the magnitude. You can't say it's tenfold better or anything like that, but you can say that there's an observable difference. And so that provides kind of general evidence in favor of the relationship you're looking at so it doesn't go into the meta-analysis because it's not quantitative, but it still tells you something about the agent that you're studying.
On page 10, you describe the clinicians who were involved in these studies. Is that correct?
Those were the first few that I had gotten to know in early 2020.
And you reference Dr. Zelenko's second series of 400 high-risk patients from the same village and treated with the same regimen had 0 deaths. And you cite yourself 2020A. What is 2020A?
That was his second report to me. So one of the criticisms of looking at a case series is that you see a collection of cases and whoever found them and collected them comes to you and says, look, I've got all these cases and nobody died, isn't this meaningful, and so on. And so I push back and say, yes, but you only came to me because nobody died. If you had done it and people had died, you wouldn't have come to me. So if you're already selecting for the benefit you're trying to show me. So what I say is, okay, go back, see more patients and see how those patients do. And then I'll believe more if I see what I'm telling you to report to me, not what you're telling you to report to me. And so Zelenko did, in fact, observe a lot more patients, but at this point he had observed a second set of 400, and in those nobody died. Those were his high-risk patients that he was treating in the Kiryas Joel community in New York, and nobody died. And they were high-risk patients.
And I'm not going to go through each of these, but you included them because why?
This is all that I knew of at the time that I wrote this.
Okay. I want to go to page 12, which refers to population natural experiments bearing upon efficacy of population use of HDQ and mortality reduction. Explain what a natural experiment is.
I put that in quotation marks in reporterese, I guess, to say that these are not really experiments that people carried out, but they have characteristics of experiments in that they were things done to populations from which one could make observations.
Okay. And did those also tend to favor the use of hydroxychloroquine?
There were 2 that I knew of at the time. I believe that hydroxychloroquine was used in much larger other areas of the world, but I didn't have information about them when I wrote this. And what I did find was in the first one, this was the city of Vadodara in Western India, I guess, that had administering hydroxychloroquine to 342,000 residents of the area. And they were using it for, I think this was to both prevent COVID and prevent COVID mortality. And so they were giving hydroxychloroquine doses, not in what we might consider to be therapeutic doses, but once a week or something like that. And what they found is smaller numbers of people getting COVID with increasing amounts or weeks of hydroxychloroquine and lower risks of mortality associated with that. So this isn't, high quality evidence, but it is enough evidence to make a simple analysis averaging the reduction in mortality risk with number of doses, which I did. That's where the odds ratio of 0.32 for each dose came about.
Okay.
And that's kind of consistent with what I found in the meta-analysis also.
And lastly, I want to ask you about adverse endpoints with hydroxychloroquine. One of the concerns has been cardiac arrhythmia, and that was referenced by you on page 16. FDA cautions against use of hydroxychloroquine or chloroquine for COVID-19 outside of the hospital setting or clinical trial due to risk of heart rhythm problems. Did you evaluate the validity of that FDA warning?
I did.
First, tell us your general conclusion, and then we'll go look at the three factors that guided that conclusion.
Okay, I believe this is a bogus conclusion on the FDA's part.
Why?
Well, you can see at the beginning in the large black letters, it says FDA cautions that outside of the hospital setting or clinical trial. So they're saying that we caution against the use in outpatient setting. And then if you go down to the second blue box, starting at the right end of the fourth line, it says, we made this determination based on recent results from a large randomized clinical trial in hospitalized patients. So what they did is they asserted that hydroxychloroquine, which apparently didn't work in one study of hospital patients, has a reason not to be used in outpatients. And first of all, we know that one study never proves anything, but aside from that, hospital disease is a totally different disease for COVID than outpatient disease. Hospitalized disease is deposition of immune system junk, detritus in the lungs, filling up the lungs with debris that has to be treated as a very intense pneumonia, requiring that kind of approach, whereas outpatient disease is a viral replication illness that is treated by antivirals and other methods that keep the person from getting pneumonia.
So the FDA used a hospital study to form the conclusion that you shouldn't use it for outpatient use.
Yes, and there's one further observation, which is that if the FDA had systematic data of harm in outpatient use, it would have cited it for this warning. The whole point is you're going to use the strongest evidence you have to support the claim of your warning. And the fact that they didn't make a statement about we've studied outpatient uses and found all this harm means that they didn't have such data because there aren't any.
And on page 14, you mentioned there are 3 useful ways to evaluate arrhythmia occurrence and mortality in COVID-19 patients. And one is the treated case series reports. As we've previously discussed, correct? Case series?
Yes.
The second is adverse events database analysis. Just explain what that is.
So we're all familiar with the VAERS database. FDA has a second database called FAERS, which is the FDA's adverse events reporting system, which deals with medications and their adverse events, and has the same kind of foibles as the VAERS database about its reporting issues, but is still a searchable database that can be looked at for adverse events associated with medication use and the timing of those adverse events as reported to the database and triaged by the database workers to try to conclude that they're real reports and not fake reports, as most of them are. And so one can do this from the FAERS data on looking at cardiac arrhythmias, which I did at that time point, and I guess that's what I would conclude from there.
And the last was observational studies of adverse outcomes, which is on page 17.
Yes.
And you discussed an Oxford University study of 14 large medical records databases.
Yes. So this was a study looking at adverse outcomes in rheumatoid arthritis patients with various comorbidities that they were taking various drug regimens, one of which was hydroxychloroquine plus azithromycin. The other was hydroxychloroquine and amoxicillin, and then there was hydroxychloroquine by itself, and then there was sulfasalazine, and so on. And so one could make, at least in the context of these patients, an examination of relative safety of using medication, for example, hydroxychloroquine plus azithromycin versus, I think, hydroxychloroquine by itself, or versus sulfasalazine, and so on. And so that's what I did here. These data were in part analyzed in the study, and in part were provided by the authors in a supplement in the appendix to the study.
So did you find any support for the FDA's warning of outpatient use and the risk of arrhythmia?
No, and they looked at all-cause mortality also, and there's no evidence to speak of here of any signals of excess all-cause mortality or substantial cardiac arrhythmias when the use of these medications, either hydroxychloroquine plus azithromycin or by itself. And you have to remember that these are doctors making informed clinical decisions on their patients about whether to use these medications. So they're not just shotgunning it to everybody in the door. They're evaluating patients the way normal doctors evaluate patients. And that's the context for whether these things are safe or not.
Okay. I want to move to uh, 151A, which is the paper on ivermectin-based prophylaxis and risk of COVID-19 dated July 31st, 2022. It's marked Licensee Exhibit 151A. Can you describe your conclusions first with respect to prophylactic use of ivermectin for hospitalization and mortality?
So this analysis is looking at risk of getting COVID-19 and its prevention by usage of by ivermectin. So this is the prevention, the prophylaxis analysis. The other paper was the one about early treatment.
Right. This is prophylaxis, right?
Right. And
the other one you're referring to, 151C, ivermectin-based early outpatient treatment and risk of COVID-19 hospitalization and mortality.
That's right.
Okay, so let's talk about A first. What were your conclusions in this study done in July of 2022?
Somewhat remarkably to me, I found that ivermectin does appear to reduce the risk of getting COVID by somewhere between 71 and 82%, depending upon which kind of statistical calculation is done.
Why did you say somewhat remarkably to me?
Because I think it's more difficult to study the benefit of prevention of COVID-19 with all the vagaries of testing and symptomaticness and so on than it is to study hospitalization and mortality, which are very definitive outcomes and easy to measure, so to speak, epidemiologically.
Let's look at the forest plot. It appears on page 7 of this study. And again, I want to start at the right-hand column with RR. What is RR?
So in this study, I described the magnitude of effect as a relative risk. I'd say for the purposes of our discussions, the relative risk and odds ratio can be treated identically.
Okay. The vertical and horizontal lines are interpreted consistent with your testimony with respect to hydroxychloroquine?
Yes.
At the bottom, you have a diamond. It's to the right of meta-analysis summary. And the number that corresponds to that is 0.18. What does that reflect?
So that is what's known as the random effects meta-analysis summary. That shows a 1 minus 0.18 or an 82% reduced risk of getting COVID based on taking ivermectin across these various studies.
And from an epidemiological viewpoint, is that a huge number?
Yes, that's a large benefit. That's a 5-fold benefit in the reduced risk direction.
And there's another one below that, meta-analysis summary. The number associated with that is 0.29. And that's reflected by another diamond. What does that reflect?
So that's the alternative calculation method, the fixed effects meta-analysis summary. So a reduced risk of 71% lower risk with taking ivermectin across these studies.
So the relative effect and the fixed effect, they appear to generate a difference mathematically of 29 from 18 or 11.
Yes, but I'd say that even though there's a visualizable difference in that number, clinically speaking, it's not much different. One wouldn't do something differently based on one versus the other. They're both showing appreciable benefit of using this medication prophylactically.
And in this study, where did you first look to find the studies that you would use that had studied prophylactic use of ivermectin?
I used the IVM meta source to identify studies, went through all of the studies to see which ones were in usage in prevention of COVID infection, and then did a search by PubMed of, well, actually we use something called Ovid, which has multiple databases to search for relevant papers with a whole bunch of keywords. And I also looked in medRxiv and the other preprint servers to find, again, with the search on keywords, to find relevant studies.
Did you find
sorry, if I could just, and I looked in the references of all of the studies to see if they identified other studies that might be relevant and tracked down a few and looked in those also.
Did you find any additional studies outside of the studies listed at IBM Meta?
I'm not sure if I remember whether it was this one or the other ivermectin or study, but I did find some additional studies in one of these analyses.
I believe it was the one we're going to talk about next.
Okay.
Now, in your summary for this paper on ivermectin, this is page 1, bullet point 4. You write, the FDA has no systematic evidence of fatal adverse events from IVM prophylaxis or early outpatient use.
That's right.
That was true in July 31st, 2022. Do you know if it's still true today?
As far as I know, it's true because they would be the first to report anything adverse to usage of these medications, and they haven't.
So the last bullet point, you write, the need for outpatient use of IVM and other medications is crucial for saving the lives of tens of thousands of high-risk individuals until the pandemic completely subsides. Even with widespread vaccination, cases of the disease are still occurring, and many of these patients would have been benefited by disease prevention by IVM and other medications. That was what you wrote in the paper. Is that still your opinion today?
Well, with this, when I wrote this, we were kind of into the Omicron era of things.
Right.
And people's responses were much better than they were in Delta and before on average. So, and as far as I know now, although I haven't looked at it for a few weeks, our case counts of COVID have been pretty low. And if they continue that way, while it's still endemic and cases are still happening, by and large, this is why we've undeclared the emergency. And so we're in very good shape compared to where we've been. And so perhaps this now might be obviated by the fact that the infection, a large fraction of the population has had COVID and has degrees of immunity. A large fraction has been vaccinated and may have degrees of immunity. And so all of that combined means that people are in very good shape for dealing what's coming along. And we haven't seen any indication of anything that's virulent or likely to be virulent coming up, that SARS-CoV-2 has reached its kind of optimal niche of maximal infection and keeping people in public with their infections to be able to spread it better. If an infection, just heuristically speaking, if an infection makes people so sick they stay home, then it's hard to transmit to anybody other than their family members. But if they're only mildly sick, then they still go to work, they still go do their social activities, they still do normal events and transmit their infection much more widely. And so viruses kind of find that niche. If they have, highly mutational viruses evolve to find that more optimal niche of keeping people not too sick and spreading it a lot. And that's happened. And so that's why we're at an endemic point. But since everybody's already had it, it's a very low level of endemicity, and hopefully we'll stay that way. So the relevance, a long-winded way of saying that we might not need much of any of these medications anymore now, but at the time of mid-2022 and before, there was still a reason to be thinking about it.
Thank you. I just want to reflect for the record that 151A and 151V have been admitted into evidence, Madam Hearing Officer.
That's correct.
I'm going to move to 151C, which is ivermectin-based early outpatient treatment and risk of COVID-19 hospitalization and mortality. A brief you wrote September 4th, 2022.
So all 4 of the 151 sub-exhibits are already admitted.
Thank you. So I noticed the publication date of B is in July of 2021. And, well, I should have said is July of 2022. And then in September, you authored ivermectin-based outpatient treatment. Is the difference in date because I asked you to do the paper later than I did the first one?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell the board what your conclusion was with respect to ivermectin outpatient treatment for hospitalization?
It reduces the risk of being hospitalized from COVID, depending upon which model, somewhere between 42 and 45% risk reduction. And they're both very statistically significant.
And what was your conclusion with respect to mortality risk?
So for mortality, reduces the risk of mortality somewhere between 28 to 46% risk reduction, both again statistically significant.
You note in your summary that ivermectin has been used safely for 50 years with hundreds of millions of people worldwide. Is there any risk to using that as a prophylactic? Is any risk of using that as an outpatient treatment for COVID?
Not as far as I know at the doses that clinicians have been using it.
Now, you have a number of additional sections in this paper. You first exclude studies that you don't think are relevant or methodologically appropriate. And then you look at compliance studies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, one thing that struck my eye is the Marino study in 2021. It's 2021A. That was excluded for publication as a preprint.
It was published and then revoked, retracted.
And what were the grounds that this paper wasn't printed?
Well, none of the grounds were related to its scientific probity, as far as I can tell. The editor of the journal stated the grounds, surprisingly, so it's able to be understood. And if you want to go through the individual ones, I'm happy to show that they're basically irrelevant to the science.
Sure. I wanted to do number one, the paper is spreading misinformation, promoting an unproved medical treatment in the midst of a global pandemic.
It's very hard to understand the claim that a scientific research paper that uses objective and good science is related to anything having to do whether it's proven or not. If something were proven, you would have no motivation to be doing the study in the first place. So you only do studies on unproven things by and large. And so the study doesn't promote anything. The conclusions that people draw from a study might promote it, but a study only provides an empirical estimate of what, in this case, a medication does or doesn't do. That's not promoting anything.
Number two, the editor says the paper is part of and justification for a government program that unethically dispenses, parens, or did dispense, close parens, unproven medication, apparently without proper consent or appropriate ethical protections, according to the standards of human subjects research. What do you make of that?
Well, I don't know what ivory tower they're living in, but this was not a research study carried out by the municipality. It was carried out as a prevention treatment program by the government. So those considerations are more or less irrelevant.
Number three, the paper's medical research purporting to study the effects of a medication on a disease outcome and not properly within the subject scope of SOART, SOCARXIV.
So that might be true, but it certainly has no bearing on the scientific value of the paper.
And the last one, the authors did not properly disclose their conflicts of interest.
And I would assert that there's been zillions of studies in the last 3 years that authors didn't properly disclose their conflicts of interest. And at the worst, authors are asked to state publicly what their conflicts are after the studies have been published to be fully transparent and disclose those conflicts. Papers are never retracted for that reason, unless that's used as an excuse, but it certainly has no relevance to the scientific nature as understood. And we had this discussion before, you had this discussion before with Dr. Faust about the relevance of conflicts of interest, and that's a fair discussion to have, and it's fair to take a jaundiced eye to people who have conflicts of interest, but nevertheless, one still has to evaluate the study, and you don't retract it on that basis, solely on that basis.
Well, let's look at the Marino study. You describe it on page 6, which distributed medical kits containing ivermectin, 4 6-milligram tablets, 2 pills for 2 days. Another medication, paracetamol.
Yes.
10 500-milligram tablets, 1 tablet every 8 hours if symptoms persist. And what's that?
Acetylsalicylic acid, that's aspirin.
Aspirin. To 83,000 test positive symptomatic residents in Mexico City. And did you look at the methodological appropriateness of this study?
Yes.
What did you conclude?
So what the study did is it compared those people to people in the same city over the month before the distribution program occurred. So it was, in a sense, sampled controls in the month before the distribution, and then as cases, the people who were symptomatic and got the kits in the month after this program started. And that's fair in the context of these kinds of studies. I wouldn't design a study of my own to do it that way, but in times of pandemic and emergency and uncertainty, one tries to do the best one can with the information available. And this is certainly within the realm of a comparative study with a control group that's internal to its sampling frame.
What was the outcome of the study?
This study found reduced risk of hospitalization by 74% reduced risk.
So let's go to page 9, which is the forest plot. You're looking at relative effects and fixed effects in this as well?
Yes.
Looking at the relative effects meta-analysis, what was your conclusion?
Technically, it's random effects, but the conclusion is that it reduces risk by 42%.
And what was the result with the fixed effect meta-analysis?
And that reduced risk by 45%.
Are those statistically significant?
Yes, both.
Did you look at heterogeneity? In other words, the removal of certain studies to determine what it tells you as an epidemiologist?
Yes.
What did you do and what was your conclusion?
Just trying to remember exactly what I did. The heterogeneity was 75% across the whole study, which is a fair amount. The one study at a time method removal led to a remaining heterogeneity of 68 to 78%, which means it didn't change much, which means no one study is actually contributing to the amount of variation seen across these studies. And
is that what you look for, Dr. Reich?
It's one of the things, yes, that one can look for.
Okay.
And you'll see in the figure on page 8 is what's called an Egger plot, which is a way of looking for symmetry of the results to try to guess whether a study, a non-informative or a null study, might have been omitted by me or by a journal or something like that. And there's really no indication of that. The studies kind of are symmetric, fall underneath the diagonal lines, which is a technical kind of thing, but basically one sees from this a reasonable cloud of studies that aren't showing any substantial signals.
What did you call this depiction?
It's Egger, Egger.
And I see there's a horizontal axis in the middle.
It's at the top.
Vertical, I'm sorry. The vertical axis is at the peak of what appears to be a triangle.
Yes, so that vertical axis is the same point as, I think it's the random effects model here of 0.58. So this is on a logarithmic scale. That's why it's to the left of 0. And
so what is the significance of the column dots, marks that are inside the what I call a triangle?
so the triangle is the 95% area of where the studies should be. And so each study is plotted left, right wise according to its magnitude, according to where the black boxes are, and plotted vertically according to where basically its confidence limit tells it to be. And so the ones inside the triangle are consistent with the 95% confidence limits of the result. The ones outside are a little bit exceeding that. So you expect 5% of the studies should be outside and 95% should be inside. This is a little bit off from that, but not enough that I would say there's a major discrepancy.
So you did the same evaluation of ivermectin-based treatment on the risk of COVID-19 mortality. Previously, we looked at hospitalization. And you list the studies here. You again use the random effects and the fixed effects, correct?
Yes.
And tell the board your conclusion with respect to the random effects.
The random effects analysis leads to a 46% reduced risk of dying from COVID. And the fixed effects leads to a 28% reduced risk. A little bit more discrepant between the two forms of analysis.
And what does the discrepancy in those numbers tell trained, experienced epidemiologist, Dr. Reich?
Well, again, I go through the same process of removing studies one at a time to see if it matters. And it didn't change the heterogeneity. It started at 65%. And by removing one study at a time, it ranged from 51 to 69%. So it just isn't, the result isn't the result of one massive study swamping all the rest, say. It's the combined effect of all these studies. And the Egger plot on the top of page 13 again shows most of the studies kind of symmetrical and inside the triangle.
And is that another test to confirm if the results are reliable?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when I asked you to do this study that you completed in September, did you know what results you were going to get?
No.
Did you know what studies you were going to look at?
I had been collecting ivermectin studies for some time, but I had not analyzed them. Just on the thought that eventually I would get to analyzing ivermectin, just like I had already analyzed hydroxychloroquine.
Now, in all of these three reports, 151A, B, and C, did you write the reports?
Yes.
Did I have any role in writing or editing the reports?
No.
Did Dr. Nass have any role in writing or editing reports?
No.
Are these reports the culmination of your work and experience in over 40 years in epidemiology?
Objection leading.
I withdraw the question.
Yeah.
Are these reports reliable for the outcomes that we've discussed, Dr. Reich?
In my opinion, yes.
Now, There was a lot of discussion with Dr. Faust about primary outcomes and secondary outcomes. And he testified, you heard his testimony, that you should only evaluate the primary outcome. And my question to you, is that epidemiologically sound?
So the answer to that is no, with an explanation.
Sure.
And that is that what one should investigate is an a priori hypothesis. That means one constructs what you're interested in studying before you examine the data. And then you examine exactly that. And you have to avoid letting the data determine what question you're asking of the data. And the problem with having multiple outcomes in a study, and if you look at clinical trials in the clinicaltrials.gov database, you'll see in many of these clinical trials, dozens of outcomes, not just one primary and a few secondary, but you'll see 20 or 30 secondary outcomes that are listed. The problem with that is if you entertain multiple outcomes in a study, then things happen by chance, and you have to correct for the number of hypotheses that you're addressing in any analysis. And so if you do that, and there are statistical methods for doing that, but so you can do that if you have, for example, two different hypotheses. So for example, in theory, if I had been looking at both hospitalization and mortality, I would have said, well, one of them could have been positive by chance, could have been beneficial by chance, and so I have to correct my statistical significance by cutting the significance in half. So because I have two chances at the trough here to find a positive result, that's multiple comparisons, so I have to adjust for that. And so instead of looking at 0.05 for statistical significance, I'd have to look at 0.025. Okay, I'll grant that. All of these results are more or less significant, at least at that level, if not much better. So if you have multiple secondary outcomes, well, instead of 0.025, now you're driving it down to 0.02, 0.01, 0.001, and so on, depending on how many outcomes you're potentially entertaining. And to guard against that, you specify a priori what you're going to look at. That's called the primary outcome. Now, one person's primary outcome need not be the same as another person's primary outcome. So the primary outcome for the person who carried out the randomized trial is obviously one that the trial or the manufacturer or the government or whoever's funding the study is interested in measuring. But I come along and without looking at the data say, that's not what I'm interested in. The trial looked at time until release from hospital, okay? And I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in mortality. So my primary hypothesis is mortality, but the study's primary hypothesis wasn't mortality, but the study contained information on mortality. So for me to go and look at the particular study and address mortality in it is my primary hypothesis, independent of whatever the study described itself in its context.
So let me ask you this question. Can you use a secondary outcome for epidemiological analysis if the methods used to generate that outcome meet those standards?
Yes, as long as the way the outcome was measured in the study is fully appropriate methodologically speaking, then it's a valid study for that outcome.
So you obviously heard Dr. Faust say a number of times cherry picking, because studies were done with the primary outcome and the study was cited for a secondary outcome. Is that cherry picking?
No. Well, the study was done by the study investigators, and the study was cited by me. And so for me, it's a primary outcome.
So in many of these studies, we have multiple authors, and we have the researcher who appears first, and then there are any number of co-authors. Can co-authors have research interests different than the primary outcome?
Yes.
And if the research methods are methodologically appropriate, is that secondary outcome reliable?
Well, secondary outcomes, to the degree that they're measured reasonably and accurately, are always reliable under the understanding that if you entertain multiple outcomes, you have to somehow statistically account for that.
Now, Dr. Faust testified that he used only the best medical evidence. Isn't that a form of cherry picking?
In my opinion, it's cherry picking.
So you heard Dr. Faust testify. Let's take 151A, ivermectin-based prophylaxis and risk of COVID-19. And many of his criticisms were, well, the methodology of the study wasn't accurate, or I couldn't understand, as he said with your paper, why he decided to measure this particular group of people or who he measured. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, I want to look at 151A, and then we're going to go through the other two. And I'm looking at page 7, the forest plot, with a summary of authors that were reviewed by you. After listening to Dr. Faust's criticisms, do you find any of them valid, that the studies you used were inappropriate for the purpose set forth in the forest plot?
Objection, compound question. Dr. Faust had several criticisms, and I think it's fair for this witness to try to answer that question as to all of them.
Let me clear it up. He testified to methodology as a reason for a number of these studies. You heard those criticisms?
Yes.
Is the methodology used in the studies that you've cited on page 7 of the ivermectin-based prophylaxis and risk of COVID-19 appropriate for the epidemiological study?
Yes.
Tell me your reactions to the criticisms of Dr. Faust to the studies that you selected.
Objection, compound question again, multiple studies and looking for multiple reactions.
Well, you can explore that across, but I'm just trying to get Dr. Reich's reaction.
Dr. Rich, can you answer the question based on the way it was framed?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. I believe the question was, what were your reaction to the criticisms offered by Dr. Faust?
So,
Madam Hearing Officer, that might be a rephrase of the question, which is fine. I thought the question that I heard was with reference to the several different articles. And I'm glad to withdraw the question if now it's going to be sort of bucketized generally.
Okay. Attorney Libby, can you clarify?
Yes, I was just going through the articles that are cited in the forest plot. There are 6, 8, 9 of them listed. Dr. Faust testified that he reviewed the first 5 RCTs for both the board exhibits, which were copies of the IVM meta and the HCQ meta. And you heard Dr. Faust's criticisms, correct?
yes, but I don't remember exactly the specifics of what he said on those criticisms.
Okay. Well, with respect to Kerr, which is the next to last study on page 7, he listed that Kerr had a conflict of interest because he was taking money from people who promoted ivermectin.
Well, I would say that lots of papers during COVID have had employees of drug companies as co-authors. And so of the companies that manufacture the vaccine or the product in particular. And so to be fair, one would have to use that same criticism across everywhere. And I just don't think that one can generalize that way.
He also critiqued number 8, Morgenstern, and his testimony begins on page 799 of the March 3rd transcript. And I will read it to you. It's under questions by the Assistant Attorney General. It begins on 798, line 23. Answer. So this study of healthcare workers who received a nasal spray, and again, this is, when I look at a study like this, it's hard for me to know like how that is relevant to the case, because nasal sprays aren't offered to patients in this country, as far as I know. So it just doesn't, again, when I look at this, I don't know why it's included, because that's not something that's even discussed in this case. So that's one place. There are other methodological problems. I mean, some of these aren't necessary problems, but they're just not, they're not ideal. Like number 8, which is Morgenstern. These are, it's a retrospective analysis. It's not a randomized control trial. That doesn't discount it. It doesn't have hypothesis generating findings, but it's just not a high quality piece of evidence in comparison to some of the exhibits that we've already discussed, which are randomized control trials looking at these kind of questions. With respect to his critique of Morgenstern, do you regard any of those as epidemiologically valid?
I'd say that it's a kind of vague allusion to what he's already said about the value of randomized controlled trials automatically providing scientific evidence versus in the reality of which ones are good and which ones are less good. And the same applies to empirical studies, observational studies that are controlled like this and so on. There's a range of the quality of studies. In my opinion, the only studies that should be omitted from analysis are ones that are either fatally flawed or don't address the particular question one is interested in objectively. And everything else needs to be part of the rough and tumble of evidence. And it kind of, I feel like it's too bad that not every study is perfect, but we live in an imperfect world. And we have to summarize all of the evidence, because as soon as you start cherry picking, subjective choices come into which things one allows in and which ones you don't. And reliance on formulated rubrics and other methods of assigning quality scores does not add to accuracy of analysis of studies. And so all of this boils down to subjectivity. And this subjectivity was recognized in 2 places, not just by me, but by Sir Austin Bradford Hill, who was one of the foundational epidemiologists of the modern era, who wrote in 1965 about how to address evidence for causation when you see a statistically significant association. So his premise was you start with something that's already statistically significant and has a magnitude of benefit. And then how do you decide that it's causal or not, even though you know it didn't occur by chance, but how do you decide that it's causal? And so he goes through what he called aspects of causal reasoning, including how big the magnitude is and whether there's dose response and other factors of evidence and so on, to come up with a plan of organizing evidence to draw what is essentially a subjective conclusion based on relatively objective evidence as best one can for drawing causal conclusions. Hill does not say some studies are intrinsically better than others. He doesn't say randomized trials are a gold standard. He says you take the evidence as you have it, you evaluate it, you draw an overall picture based on strengths and weaknesses, and you come to some conclusion as best you can. And that is the approach that has largely been taken in epidemiology across the world for the last 50 years. And whether one subscribes to that or not, it is a widely, validly used approach for evaluating what is, in fact, a difficult question of asserting that nature is working in a certain reliable way without actually nature telling you that, but only approximately telling you that.
Now,
if I could, let me just add one more thing to this.
sure, go ahead.
That this approach is not just Hill. Hill was foundational in setting this out, but is subscribed to by numerous major government administrative, scientific administrative bodies. I list them, I forget in which essay, talking about the ones that do this. And this was described by Judge Margaret Berger in the Manual of Scientific Evidence, which I guess attorneys are generally familiar with, which is a large compendium of chapters on how to evaluate science in the context of legal considerations, where Judge Berger says that it is a task of most of these organizations that they use all available evidence and do not cherry pick evidence. And that's my understanding of how causal reasoning is done.
So I'm glad you mentioned causal reasoning. Dr. Faust testified with respect to both ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine that from the evidence as he interpreted it, he couldn't recommend for or against its use. Now, as the average clinician confronted by COVID-19 patients who are seeking treatment, where does that leave the clinician?
Well, to some degree, in COVID, we've all been faced with the scientific Wild West, that because of various effects on journals and what they would publish and what messages they were willing to publish and what ones they wouldn't, and so on, that papers got into preprint servers because journals were reluctant to publish certain things. And that means that a much wider net is cast on the nature of studies to be included in one's review of the literature. And that means that everybody is forced to have to take on the review process on your own terms. And doctors don't have time to do this, let alone expertise necessarily to do this. And as it becomes a difficult problem, it's even a hard problem for me as a lifelong epidemiologist, having to sit down and read through all these things and draw my conclusions. And it takes a lot of work and effort to do this. But that, unfortunately, is where science really is. And then the question is, if you're not going to do that, who do you trust? And how do you know you can trust them? This reviewer, this review paper, that review paper. Hydroxychloroquine's got a dozen review papers, and all of them, or essentially all of them, invoke hospital studies to talk about outpatient, benefit. And the same problems appear in the review papers that we've been talking about for how does one do careful scientific review of all this literature. And you have to just be strict and focused and narrow and try to limit. So, for example, the IVM Meta and HCQ Meta databases, websites that you've referenced, have hundreds and hundreds of studies on hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. And yet, you've seen fewer than a dozen of each in my analyses. So why is that? Are they being objective or not? Or am I being objective or not? The answer is that they are entertaining all sorts of outcomes, not just hospitalization, not just mortality, not just use in outpatients. When you narrow the papers down to exactly the questions you're asking, there's many fewer papers. And that's what I've done. And all I can say is it's a challenge for doctors to be able to come up with objective reviews of this kind of material, even if they have access to the papers themselves. I honestly don't know a good answer for that at this point.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, Attorney Libby. There's a little bit of feedback coming from your video tile for some reason that's kind of started in the last 15 minutes or so. So I don't know if just turning down the volume in that room might be helpful. It's not terrible, but I just want to address it before it becomes a problem.
Well, I had put a piece of pieces of paper on my speaker. Is it any clearer now?
It is. Thank you.
Okay. I want to go back to the question if FDA, National Institute of Health say the evidence is insufficient for or against a particular drug. Does a clinician need a recommendation from the FDA or the National Institute of Health to use a medication off-label?
Objection goes outside the scope of this witness's expert designation.
He's already testified regarding off-label use.
Question posed has to do with the requirement for the off-label prescription, not whether off-label prescribing is generally permitted, which I understood was the prior testimony. This is going further and is far afield from the designation, which is supposed to be related to the effectiveness, safety, treatment of COVID-19 with ivermectin hydroxychloroquine.
No, the question I asked Dr. Reich is if the government agencies cannot recommend for or against a particular drug because in their interpretation of the evidence, it is insufficient, aren't we left with clinical judgment?
Okay, so do you still object to the question, Assistant Attorney General Stegelman?
I do. The expert designation has nothing to do with governmental authorities and their effect on treating physicians.
Well, we're talking about the opinion of your expert. So it's well within the scope of.
I understood Dr. Nass's expert to be the one on the stand.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
So you're asking questions based on Dr. Faust's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So we haven't really gone over in the pre-hearing conference where we stand in terms of the other expert witnesses. So I'm going to allow these questions, but I'm going to keep in mind these questions are being asked of this witness when we get to other experts.
Would you like me to repeat the question, Dr. Reich?
No, I think I have the gist of it. I would just say that the FDA says it doesn't tell doctors how to practice medicine.
So if that's the standard, then it's left to clinician judgment, correct?
In my opinion, yes.
And clinician has to take into consideration the values and preferences of her patient who has been fully informed about the use of a particular medication.
Objection leading.
Does a doctor have to take into consideration patient values and preferences?
You can answer that, Dr. Risch.
Yes, as part of the discussion, certainly.
Okay. Now, did you hear Dr. Faust? It's included in his paper as well as his testimony that let me read it to you. This is the question Dr. Faust was asked. It appears on page 806, line 18 of the transcript. Question, Dr. Faust, could you explain whether or not, in your professional opinion, Dr. Nass's treatment of patients with ivermectin based on the scientific studies listed in Exhibit 87 evidences a lack of knowledge or inability to apply principles and skills necessary to carry out the practice of medicine? Answer, yes. And I'll caveat this by saying, because Dr. Nass submitted this as a rationale for treatment decisions, and one of the important things that a physician does is to integrate medical research into clinical decision-making. And so this evidence is an inability or unwillingness to do that. Do you agree with Dr. Faust's opinion?
No, I disagree,
Why do you disagree?
because I think that the provision of Dr. Nass's discussion about using these medications leads to an informed decision about it. Whether one has quibbles about which studies went into that summary analysis or not is not really the question. I could just as well say that Dr. Faust is incompetent because he only included certain studies and cherry-picked them, and that doesn't involve all of the studies, and therefore he comes to a biased result, and his biased result is unworthy of medical care. I think these are not the way one treats the evaluation of knowledge for the purpose of defining treatment, that one has to use clinical experience, medical knowledge, and its synthesis. And that is what evidence-based medicine said in the first place, that it's a combination of medical experience and external medical knowledge.
So in September through December of 2021, when Dr. Nass prescribed ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, was there evidence of the effectiveness of ivermectin that Dr. Nass could rely upon to make those prescriptions?
Yes.
Now, the other question is what you addressed when you referenced causation. And Dr. Nass also issued an opinion about that. It's on page 805. The question, it begins at line 4. Question, and Dr. Faust, could you explain to the board whether or not, in your professional opinion, the studies listed in Exhibit 87 as the basis, pardon me, let me start again. Dr. Faust, could you explain to the board whether or not, in your professional opinion, Dr. Nass's decision to treat patients infected with COVID-19 with ivermectin, based on the studies listed in Exhibit 87, evidences a lack of ability or fitness to discharge the duty she owed to patients in this case? Answer, yes, but mainly because it was done in the context of not referring patients to an appropriate level of care. Do you agree with Dr. Faust's opinion?
I don't think I have enough clinical expertise to be able to judge that question fairly.
Well, Dr. Nass prescribed ivermectin. Is it fair to say that people need additional care with many drugs that are prescribed which don't treat the condition fully?
Well, as you've seen from the forest plots that I provided, none of these medications reduce risk 100%. And that means that some people will get the medications and still get hospitalized or die, even though the drugs are beneficial. And so it can certainly well happen that people get medications and still need more care and need follow-up. And that's just part of clinical responsibility, I would assume. And it would certainly seem appropriate to me to be using these medications as a form of treatment, especially in the context where people were being sent home with none. And so there's no opportunity cost. The question about the monoclonal antibodies is one of availability and time. If it would take 2 more days to get somebody transferred and get monoclonal antibodies, and you can get these medications into somebody essentially immediately, then it's not worth discarding 2 days of viral replication in order to use something that is likely to be beneficial when you could start with something else that's likely to be beneficial.
What other drugs did Dr. Faust provide in his testimony that could have been replaced for ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine?
He did say steroids. He omitted budesonide, which is an inhaled steroid that's been used fairly effectively by some clinicians. And there are others that people have looked at that have lesser bodies of evidence. And in fact, the IVM Meta, HCQ Meta website is actually got a list of about 75 or 100 medications that have been looked at for their evidence on the and dealing with COVID. None of them have as much evidence of benefit, I think, as hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, but there's a lot there.
So I guess what I'm having trouble with from a causation point of view, if Dr. Nass legally prescribes ivermectin off-label to a patient, what causal relationship does that have to what he's saying by not referring the patients to the appropriate level of care?
Well, isn't he saying that by those prescriptions, the appropriate level of care wasn't being provided? I'm saying that those prescriptions are an appropriate level of care because there was no standard of care in the pandemic in the first place. And it was almost, as I've said before, a Wild West kind of circumstance where everybody has to be using their increasing knowledge base along with the medical evidence that's become available and try to make sense of everything.
And not to beat a dead horse, but the studies overwhelmingly support the safety of ivermectin.
Objection leading.
Do the studies support the safety of ivermectin?
Yes.
On an outpatient basis? Do the studies support the safety of using hydroxychloroquine on an outpatient basis?
Yes, absolutely.
Did the standard of care applied by Dr. Nass in her treatment of these 3 patients, did that meet the standard of care at the time they were prescribed?
In my opinion, I can't speak explicitly to what's referred to as a standard of care, but I can say that it seems appropriate to me to have done that in a valid form of treatment appropriate at the time.
Thank you. I will turn you over to Attorney Siegelman.
Okay, maybe we'll take our last break at this point. We'll take a 5-minute recess this time, if that works for folks, and then we'll be back for cross-examination. Okay, we're waiting on one board member and Attorney Libby. Great, we're just waiting on Attorney Libby. Attorney Smith, if you're able to let Attorney Libby know we're ready to resume, that would be great. Okay, there's Attorney Libby. Assistant Attorney General Segelman, how long do you think you have for cross-examination of this witness?
I have no questions for this witness.
Okay, board members have any questions for Dr. Risch? Okay, Dr. Risch, you are excused as a witness. Thank you for being here.
you.
And Attorney Libby, I think we had talked about, and I understand that probably was shorter than you anticipated. So if you need a minute to contact your next witness, which I believe is patient number 1.
I do, because Janet, my paralegal, is out today on vacation, and she's the one that coordinates those. So I've got to go dig up her number and give her a call.
Okay, so we'll take how long do you need? 5 minutes or 10 minutes to do that?
5 to 10.
Okay, so let's, if you're available, come back as soon as you can. And if it's, less than 10, everybody will sign back on, but we'll take 10 at the most. Thank you.
Yep.